Here we go. Okay.
A blanket of snow is expected to bring significant disruption to parts of the UK over the weekend.
Oh, no.
Some areas seeing up to 20 centimetres of snow. And I'll translate that from evil European socialist surrender measures to good old Her Majesty's Britannic British measurements. No longer do we have to multiply and divide by 10. We can multiply and divide by 12, which is much better. And anyone who says otherwise is a Satan-worshipping German apologist stooge. So 20 centimetres in feet is multiplied by 9, divided by 5, and add 32. So 20 times 9 is 160, and 160 divided by 5 is 5 cents to 60. So 31. And 31 plus 32 is 63. Wow. We're going to get 63 feet of snow this weekend. Can you believe that?
No.
The Met Office has issued yellow weather warnings.
Warning!
Don't eat the yellow snow. Don't let the yellow snow get on your shoes.
Disgusting.
The warnings cover much of Scotland and parts of northern England and much of Wales and areas including, but not limited to, Oxfordshire and Gloucestershire. Wherever that is. It comes after large swathes of the UK were blanketed in snow last weekend, and there is no good sentence that includes the word swathe. The Met Office said that the UK had experienced the heaviest snowfall since late January 2019. It's not really very long ago, is it? I mean, not long enough to include in a report that would normally say something like, it's the heaviest snowfall since records began, or since the black and white minstrel show was something that all the family could enjoy of a weekend without thinking about what they were actually watching. But more snow than at any time since 2 Januaries ago. Well, it's not much of a comparison, really. That doesn't communicate that weather extremes are becoming more frequent. But I digress. In better news, temperatures are set to increase in most areas as milder air moves in from the Atlantic, and parts of southern England and Wales could see spring-like weather, with temperatures rising as high as 57 Fahrenheit. And this is only possible now that we have left the European Union. Before our glorious exit from the unelected socialist empire, it was freezing, blooming cold, and much darker than it is now. Since we escaped, the evenings have become lighter by a good 15 minutes, and the temperature has increased markedly, which just goes to show that Project Fear was absolute nonsense, and the Ramonas have been well and truly proved wrong. But you won't read that in the biased left-wing press because George Soros is covering up the truth.
No!
Saturday, rain turning to snow across parts of Wales and central and southern England. Cold, mainly dry, sunny spells in the north. Sunday to Tuesday, very cold on Sunday. Rain, snow. Cold Monday, snow showers in the north. Further rain, snow on Tuesday. Would you like to hear the long-range weather forecast for February?
No.
Wintry precipitation will persist in the first couple of weeks. That is in the north, and there will be showers in the far southwest. Mild at first in the south. This is the first 2 weeks of February. Cold temperatures, coastal snow, showers in the north. Then, wintry showers across the far north. Elsewhere, seeing mostly fine weather. Widespread icy patches. This entire area is going to have to be wiped down now. I have a persistent cough. This whole studio is going to have to be dunked in disinfectant. Motoring organisations, because of the widespread icy patches, are urging drivers to speed up. See if you can undertake on a narrow road. Use your fog lights and switch off your headlights, because that makes you look cool. Of course, if you are in a hatchback, you will already be doing this.
Thank you.
Second 2 weeks in February, it will be cold, dry, wintry. But towards the end of the month, more unsettled weather may encroach from the Atlantic. This may bring rain and snow at times to the west and the southwest. There's a continued risk of significant snowfall events on the boundary between colder and milder air masses, with snow possible in many areas. Wait. Go back. There's going to be milder air masses? We'll take it! Adam in Leeds says, I can't decide following this news about Europe whether Brian from... Oh, God. Already? whether Brian from Stockton-on-Tees is sitting snugly laughing or is setting fire to his French coffee in a raging act of protest. European politicians have accused the UK of hijacking doses, and the EU has introduced rules that will allow it to block vaccines getting to Britain. The new controls may come into effect on Saturday and may last until March, and will allow the EU to keep track of all vaccines produced on the continent and block exports to certain countries, including but not limited to this one. It's expecting to take delivery of another 3.5 million Pfizer and BioNTech jabs from Belgium in the coming weeks. And the Brexiters have been in a flag-waving fury about this all week. But look at it from the EU's perspective. They invested 2.7 billion euros in vaccine research. They ordered 300 million shots, and the company says they can't deliver them because they're updating their factories. Well, that's nice. But they took the money, they had the deal, and people are dying. So now the EU want the shots they paid to develop and paid to receive. But somehow this has taken a nationalistic edge. And those that paint themselves as the only true patriots are yelling that this is exactly why we should have left the EU, because it's frankly the only positive thing that they can come up with so far. I mean, everything else has been doom and gloom. I mean, if they paused for just a second, they might consider a complete and abject failure on every measure except locking the door after the horse has bolted. We have failed at everything apart from delivering a vaccine, which is approximately 100,000 people and the worst economic crash in history too late. And we seem to be grasping as much of the vaccine as we possibly can, like a greedy, tubby little boy in the Eton tuck shop. Hey, Boris. He's a naughty Boris. That hurt me a lot more than it hurt you. Apparently, we've ordered 367 million doses of the 7 most promising vaccines. Among them, 100 million doses of the Oxford vaccine, which is enough. That would inoculate 50 million people, which is about as many as going to either agree to or it will be necessary to stick in their arm. 100 million doses of the Oxford vaccine we've ordered. We've also got significant orders on this new Moderna vaccine. 367 million doses is enough to vaccinate 80% of the entire population 7 times. Why do we need to be vaccinated 7 times? It's like we're hogging as much as we can and then blaming other countries for not having enough. Unless I'm getting any of this wrong, in which case you must correct me. These rules also backdate to 3 months ago, giving Brussels the ability to snoop on past vaccine shipments after Brussels accused AstraZeneca of sending doses meant for Europe to Britain. Croatia's Prime Minister branded the UK hijackers. And the EU's Justice Commissioner said Britain had started a war. Said this is merely a demonstration that the EU's mishandling of vaccine procurement and the rollout has become a huge political problem for them, says Tory MP Andrew Bridgen. And I would direct the flag-waving Andrew Bridgen to the death numbers in this country, and he might not feel like puffing out his chest quite so much. God, we are grasping at straws, aren't we? And the EU, currently embroiled in a very public war of words with AstraZeneca over its jab and with the government in this country. And if it does come to a war, we might discover that we need them a lot more than they need us. Because the one thing that hasn't been decided in any of the agreements that we've come to with the EU so far is the money, honey. It's the thing that we love the most. Thanks to Maggie. It's the thing. It's pretty much the only thing we do now. The finance racket. And I don't pretend to know much about it, even though a lot of it has been in the news today, or this week rather. The kids got united on the internet and stuck it to some swells in $5,000 suits, which is, it's all very, very confusing to me. I don't pretend to know anything about it, but it seemed like a positive move to my eyes. That whole game thing, whatever it was, I don't know. I'll wait till the film comes out. There's bound to be one. So the EU is trying to force the drug maker to ship jabs made in the UK to the continent to make up for the shortfall, which doesn't seem unreasonable, does it? I mean, we aren't making jabs that only work in British arms, are we? Meanwhile, we find that the EU have not purchased any of the new Novavax shots, which passed to phase 3 trials yesterday. Well, that does sound positive, doesn't it? No idea. We bought 60 million doses of them 5 months ago. They've only just passed the phase 3 trials, which I assume is the last trials necessary. We bought 60 million of them 5 months ago. We bought 60 million doses of something we didn't know worked 5 months before it got the go-ahead. I suppose you could call that wise. In the same way that you are wise to place your wages on number 8 on a roulette table if it comes up a winner. So the government was wise. Or was panicked into buying literally everything in sight to make up for its disastrous performance on every available measure. You decide. Honestly, the patriot-gasm that the government and their enablers in the right-wing press have been having about this is toe-curlingly embarrassing. It's just a distraction bomb. Once again, it's what would Donald Trump do?
I can be more presidential than anybody.
It seems to be the guiding principle of this government. What would Donald Trump do? He would make like he's starting a war. He'd tell everybody how fantastic he's doing. No one ever did anything so fantastic, believe him. And that takes the eye off the 100,000 dead people. I mean, the papers on the day that number was breached went with, not the number, it went with how sad Boris Johnson looks. Look, he's come over all prime ministerial.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
See the goat, show empathy. And now, after the mountain of red tape they said would disappear on Brexit has just got bigger, and after the fishing industry they said was so important to them is facing complete ruin, and the costs of buying our stuff from Europe has gone up, just as they said it would not, and all the promises are shown to be lies and fantasies, this is what the Brexit fanatics had fallen on as proof that Britain is best. We've vaccinated more of the people still alive after the verifiable shambles of this government's response so far. Anne in Islington texts, Nick Abbott, it was great to have Sir Keir Starmer back today on LBC yesterday morning. What? He was away isolating for 1 week. Does that make sense?
No.
It was great to have Sir Keir Starmer back today on LBC yesterday morning. Right. Sarah in Putney texts, Nick, the EU have proven to be the bullying, corrupt racket we Brexiters knew. Guess you're still blinded and will continue to wax lyrical in your weekly propaganda supporting them. There's Sarah in Putney, not remotely guilty of propagating propaganda. Christchurch in Dorset. Hello, Phil.
Hello. Well, the hypocrisy of the European Union, they're poo-pooing. 1 minute they're poo-pooing our great British vaccines.
Oh, please. Could you put it another way?
Next, they want to pinch them from us.
Poo-pooing?
Yeah. They're running them down, and then they want to steal them off us, basically.
Steal?
Yeah, they want to divert our vaccines in our country to their countries, which is it's theft, basically, isn't it?
No.
It is.
No.
Because they're ours.
They're ours?
Yes, because they're in our country.
Right, so anything that's in our country is automatically ours.
Well, yeah, anything in your house belongs to you, doesn't it? If I come in your house and nick what's yours, then it's theft, isn't it?
But if you come in my house, is anything in your pockets mine?
I think they're being pathetic and childish, really. It's typical of the European Union, and there's 7.8 million reasons. That's the number of people being vaccinated. Why we were right to leave that club.
Right, and you say that it's typical of them. Can you describe any further incidences of such behaviour, it being typical?
What do you mean? What other behaviour?
Exactly.
Well, they want to pinch all. They've lost the right to pinch all our fish as well, haven't they?
Oh my God!
And now they're British fish are better off for it.
Yeah, right. Okay, yeah. You people on the fish, you absolutely slay me.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
The fish thing. I mean, if we're going to value Brexit based on the fish thing, then it has been a massive failure already. Unbelievable how quick that happened. The one business that we were told was the most important reason to get out of the European Union was the first business to fold, pretty much. Paul in Coventry says, what an absolute shambles the EU are in with this shall I read it again? What an absolute shambles the EU are in with this vaccine. The attitude of the Germans and the French make me sick. Pass that man a bucket. He says, OK, I hold my hands up about Boris with his mid-handling? Miss, perhaps? Mishandling of this virus pandemic, but this vaccine crisis in the EU is the best advert for Brexit. Oh, give it a rest. Not now. Not again. I can't take any more of it. Stop it. The best advert for Brexit. Well, you see, people in Europe might be looking at us with our mountain of recently expired people and think the exact opposite. That the best advert for Brexit is what's happened in this island, as opposed to what's happening over there. And Lucas says, I know you don't like homework. No, homework. But it's the weekend. But, sir... He says, I know you don't like homework, but have you read about the Reddit community outsmarting and taking billions from the hedge funds? Please have a look and you'll love it. I absolutely will not do that. But I did take a peek earlier on, and that's what I was talking about. I was quite pleased, actually. I mean, I know that it's not quite that David and Goliath battle, because billionaires also inserted themselves in the process. And some of the... I don't pretend to know anything about it. I've got no clue about finance or anything like that. My brain switches off the moment people start talking numbers at me. But as far as I could tell, the way that the kids who became united, everybody sing, rock and roll, get Jimmy Percy on the phone right now. I mean it. Yeah, the kids are united. They will never be divided. And they stuck it to some swells, which was just great. I think, in a nutshell, billionaires were betting on the misery of other people. They were betting that this perfectly fine company was going to go out of business and that its shares were going to become worthless. And the kids, who actually quite liked that shop, said, you know what, no. And they started buying up the shares, sending them up in value, which meant that the evil hedge funders started losing money hand over fist, because they had bet that the shares would go down in price, but they actually went up, thereby screwing their position. I believe that is a technical term, position. And something about short spreads, I've got no idea. But I do know that it wasn't all just skateboarding street kids, that billionaires did insert themselves into the process, and the way in which that they were buying their shares did mean that I think the company that was facilitating those what do you call them? Deals. That's a better word than deals, but I'm just going to go with that. Facilitating the deals actually made money as well, for probably all the worst people. But at least some of the worst people got took a bath. Excellent news. I've been saying this for a long time, that the one thing that the internet has given us is that the truth that you are not powerful on your own is now no longer valid, because on your own you can get many people to do something that, if you did it yourself, would be meaningless. You can, if you don't like an oil company, for instance, you can drive by their petrol station and go to the one that's 100 yards down the road. And the petrol station that you pass by will not notice. But if you just get other people, if millions of people in this country and the whole world over decide that this particular petrol company has gone too far, and we all drive by and go to the one 100 yards down the road, then that business, that massive business worth billions and billions and billions of dollars, will go out of business in about 2 weeks flat. We can take down any business that you can name. The largest companies on earth who have been treating humankind dreadfully badly can be snuffed out by humankind by just us deciding to do it. And I've been waiting for that to happen, for people to actually wake up and decide that, hey, you know what, we're not completely powerless here. We actually have all of the power if only we get together. I mean, if people decided to... You don't even have to spend very much money. You just have to get a lot of people to spend a little money to shore up a share. Say some evil hedge funding racket decided to take shares out in Pretty Flowers, for instance, and bet that those shares would go down. Well, do you like Pretty Flowers?
Groovy.
Of course you do. But do you have £1 billion in order to buy shares in Pretty Flowers? No. But if you got 1 million people to all give a tenner, then shares in Pretty Flowers would go through the roof. And the evil hedge funders would lose their shirts and their suits and their Maseratis and their house in south of France and their boats. Let's do it. Who's with me? In Kings Lynn, Craig.
Hi there. Good evening.
Hello there.
Hi. How are you?
I'm great, mate.
Good. I've been having a little listen to what you've been saying about the vaccine situation with the European Union.
A little listen? Is that what you just said?
Yeah, a little listen.
A little listen. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And you say that the AstraZeneca vaccine that's been produced in the UK should be made widely available to the rest of the European Union?
It seems a bit weird that we're hoarding quite so many of them. Doesn't it?
Well, you can't hoard what you haven't got, because
we have ordered 370 million. Why do we need 370 million?
Got 300 million ready to go, have they?
But that's 370 million that nobody else would be able to buy.
Well, that's not necessarily the case.
Well, of course it is.
Well, let me put it this way.
I mean, that's the essence of what we're talking about. We're saying, oh, well, we ordered it first, so you can't have any. That is actually the argument that we're proposing now. We ordered it we got in there first, so no.
No. It's not quite that clear cut.
I think it is.
We have a contract with AstraZeneca.
Yeah, so do they.
We invested just like they did.
So did they. 2.7 billion euros.
And don't forget where it was created. It was created at Oxford using British taxpayers' money. The first duty of any
created
government is to protect its citizens.
EU money. Go on.
No. A vast amount of UK taxpayers' money was used to develop and manufacture this new vaccine.
Yeah.
Now, the first duty of any government is to protect citizens.
370 million vaccine vials. Why do we need so many?
Well, let me tell you why we need so many. The reason we need so many is, A, we need to get the first and second doses into people.
How many second doses do you need?
Well, then, once you've vaccinated your own population, then you can start looking to export it, can't you?
If you've already bought it for yourself, that's the opposite of looking to export it. You don't need to buy so many if you're going to then export it. What are we going to do? Mark it up and sell it on?
Well, not necessarily mark it up, but you need to make sure that there is a good supply, not just of the AstraZeneca, so the Pfizer vaccine, and the one that's most recently been approved, and you need to make sure there's a good stock there for all eventualities.
What possible eventuality could necessitate vaccinating everybody 7 times?
Well, it wouldn't be vaccinating everybody 7 times.
Well, it would be.
But you may the vaccine.
You may what? The vaccine?
As virus mutates. And that is also applicable. So as part of the manufacturing process goes on, as new variants arise, the vaccine will be tweaked and that will be put into the production process.
Yeah, but you only need 2, regardless of how many tweaks you get.
Well, there's 70 million people in the UK, correct?
No. Close.
No, how many do you think there is?
There's about 65.
Well, I'll go further than that, because as the Office of National Statistics has said, there's actually more people in the UK than what they estimate. So let's go for a nice round figure of 70 million.
Right, it doesn't really make any difference. But you're saying that the Office of National Statistics say that then the statistics that the Office of National Statistics produce aren't accurate. Is that what you just said?
That's what I just said.
Right, okay.
Okay. So, you've got 370 million that you got orders for, okay? So, as it goes along in the process, you vaccinate everybody. It turns out you might even have to give people booster jabs as the virus mutates. So, it may be the situation that people do need 4 or 5 vaccinations. Or 4 or 5 jabs, should I say? No,
nobody has ever suggested such a thing. 4 or 5 jabs? Where did you get that from? You're just making it up.
If it turns out, if the efficacy of the actual vaccine itself isn't as good as what you think, they believe
as good as what I think.
Give people boosts. No, not what we think. How the virus adapts, whether it mutates, it may be that we need boosters.
Right. So, in other words, we ordered it first, so there. No. We'll just keep it all, because at some point in the future it might get worse, or the statistics that have been given to us by the manufacturers of the vaccine might not be quite as rosy as they say. I don't know. I mean, it seems to me like you burst into the bread shop, you buy everything in the bread shop for yourself, and then criticise the people who are still queuing outside the bread shop for not getting there first, because the shelves are bare. I don't know. It just kind of stinks to me. There's something not right about it. It's hogging. Yeah, I don't think you can get past it. It's hogging supplies is what we're doing. Why do we need so many? Atticall texts, the EU have just done a U-turn. Now they won't control exports of the vaccine. Yeah, the Northern Ireland border thing, yeah. Anthony in Greenwich says, how on earth can you take the EU's side? I'm taking the side of the people that aren't hogging something that saves lives. How can you support that, Anthony in Greenwich? Gordon, I mean, there's apparently we and Canada, bizarre that Canada is up there, but it's just us and Canada. We are the countries on earth that have ordered the most per head of population. Nobody else is even coming close to us. So this is unusual behaviour. Not everybody is doing this. It's just us. And, weirdly, Canada. Gordon in Hampstead says, seems a big failure of British statecraft this week. It was obvious that the EU would act to protect its interests. What was done to defuse the growing crisis by the UK government? Nothing. Well, they did send Boris Johnson to Scotland. How did that go?
Fabulous.
They still hate you, Boris. Why did he go? What was the point of that? He was going to cement the union together by going north of the border? They hate you, Boris. And then he pretended to be a scientist. And he put on a coat and did science things. And that was as convincing as his sad face the other day. He did, by the way, you'll notice, even when he was doing his sad face, he had the presence of mind to pre-ruffle his hair. You know, because his image is very, very important to him. Rob texts, we oversubscribed because nobody knew which vaccines would come online. It was a good move. Well, Yeah, but, other countries that didn't order before these vaccines had gone through their various tests might think, well, you could say it's a good move for you if you're being greedy and intent on hogging the supply, but it's not really good for humankind. It's rather like we've declared war on the rest of the world. A bit. I mean, if it was food and we'd bought the entire world's supply of food just in case we got hungry at some point in the future, would that be a wise thing for the government to have done? I mean, I exaggerate to make a point. James says the EU seem to want to control their borders. You'd think that the Brexiters would admire that. Here's a call in South Wales, Narberth. Hello, Neil.
Hi, Nick. How you doing?
Good, thanks.
Good. I'm still getting over the podcast with Carol this week, particularly when your removal man wrote in with his problem about... Oh, yes. Which was a bit of a rib tickler.
Yes.
I was particularly impressed this week with the government's ability to swerve the news focus onto anything other than 100,000 deaths.
Yeah, they've been busting a gut trying to do that.
Oh,
they even sent Boris to Scotland with predictable results.
Absolutely. When you were saying just now, why did he go to Scotland? Well, surely the only reason he went to Scotland was to try and get us to talk about something else.
Yeah.
I mean, last 3 days, I think we've had that. We've had schools reopening. We've had quarantine hotels. We've had teachers. Should they get vaccinated first or not? Or and it's just been a constant onslaught of it. Talk about anything other than the fact that they've got a complete shambles going on.
We have the worst death rate combined with the worst economic hit of any country in the world. What a combination to try to distract our attention from.
And the business about the EU and the vaccines and things like that. I mean, it's just. One of your callers just now said, surely we have to. The first rule we have to do is to look after our own people.
Yeah.
Well, surely that's the EU's responsibility as well. So surely they're doing exactly what we would be doing.
Yes, but if we do it, it's quite right and the patriotic thing to do. If the European Union do it, then it's just part of their evil socialist. I can't finish that sentence, but
I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Evil
I've finished that
socialist.
sentence so many times. Yeah, just
absolutely.
Yeah.
But no, I'm particularly impressed with the ability for them to sort of swerve that onto the EU story. But they were absolutely couldn't believe their luck when that came up with the AstraZeneca thing and the EU this week.
People are on the edge of their seats, desperate to chalk some win up to Brexit, and this is it at the moment. Wait a couple of days and it'll be something else.
I'm really looking forward to Brian's take on it at 12:59, about 12:59 a.m. I think.
And 30 seconds, yeah.
About that, that'd be great, perfect.
All right, thanks a lot, Neil. 0345 6060 973. James in Swindon says, not bad, only took 4 weeks to be on the brink of war with the EU. Another tick in the box for Brexit. Rob says, for the record, I think the EU messed up on the vaccine, but Brexiters are not mentioning the dead for some reason. Also, we left the EU, so we must expect that we will compete with them for resources. We won so far the vaccine battle, but it's going to be like that for all sorts of resources, and the UK will not always be on top. Yeah, that old lie about they need us more than we need them. That ain't necessarily so. Let's talk money. Bromley. Michael.
Nick, how you doing, pal?
Good, thanks.
Good. Yeah, this week's saga over the stock market.
Yeah,
I'm a trader, Nick, and I've been for 9 years. And what you see this week is just the start of something. But put it this way, I've never ever seen an event like this week where millions of little guys, Nick, went after not only Wall Street, but the vulture billionaires and won. It's quite a crazy little community, Nick, because what it is something on Reddit called Wall Street Bets.
Yes.
And there are millions of us on there. We call ourselves degenerates. That's what we call ourselves. Put it this way, it is a very, very wild forum. But it's all talking truth and it's very sort of crude on there. But it's a place where some of the smartest millennials, young guys, even outsiders around the world are putting up research, analysis, ideas that are mutating into what we've seen this week.
It's a bit like the Arab Spring, or the shareholder spring. Neither of which actually came to much, but this might. I've got it more or less right, haven't I? Evil hedge fund billionaires will bet on the stock of pretty flowers going down. They want to eliminate pretty flowers, by which method they will make billions and billions in profits. But millions of people quite like pretty flowers, and they don't want to see them go. And so they all buy one share for £1 each. I mean, you can stand to lose £1, can't you? But because there's 1 billion people buying a share for £1, the value of those shares skyrockets, which means that the evil hedge fund billionaires lose all their money. Is that about right?
Basically about right, yeah. In 2008, the boomers and the billionaires, they stole it from us. It gave us nothing, Nick. We've seen our families get screwed over the years. They've leveraged up our future with a load of tax. And the only thing we've got left is the digital world and the stock market, and it's basically a new form. But not only just GameStop, Nick, these companies are quite good. GameStop was going to reform itself. It took an investment last year. It was going to shut some of its stores, sell them off, and it was going to invest into online and create more jobs.
Right, now this is
the company. Yeah, Cineworld is another one.
Right.
We won't let them do it to Cineworld.
Right.
They want to bankrupt Cineworld. The price was at 22 pence a few weeks ago, Nick. They want to bankrupt it, and roughly 40% of all shares issued publicly in Cineworld, Nick, are being bet against. So what we're doing, we're buying up the price. We bought it at all 22 pence. Now it's at 77 pence. And they won't bankrupt these companies. Nokia, BlackBerry, they're all being targeted, Nick.
It is interesting, isn't it, that the internet has really brought people together, and the power of a lot of small people now exceeds the power of a few very, very rich people for the first time in history, really.
This is a positive side of social media.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
There are downsides. It is full of literally madness and toxicness, but
it's full of people, so that you would expect that.
It's only the positive side, Nick, but it's a place where people are redistributing wealth back to the masses. One billionaire, a guy called Gabriel Plotkin from Melvin Capital. Check this up, Nick. He lost $2.8 billion.
Well, he could probably afford it. I mean, $2.8 billion might be a lot to me and you, Michael, but it might be just walking around change to him. I've got no idea. But it does seem to be like a positive development. Thanks a lot, Michael. Again, I'll say that I'm not going to read up too much about it because my small mind can't cope with all of that detail. I'll wait till the film comes out. 0345 6060 973. Yeah, firms that people actually like that get snuffed out because some hedge fund, vulture capital organisation comes along and thinks, well, they're on slightly dodgy ground, so we'll crush them and make a lot of money out of it. And this is how they do their business. It's like a threshing machine going through the economy, just ruining people's lives for short-term gain. And people have always been unable to fight back because you can't really pick a fight with a billionaire as an individual. But 1 million people can. And because now we've got things like this, whatever it was he was describing, Reddit. I don't even know what Reddit is. Is it actually read? Do you have to do reading? If so, count me out. But that story this week, I thought it was the most positive story I've read in a while. And I'm sure that a few people that you wouldn't want to invite round for dinner made a lot of money. But it's the people that lost a lot of money that I think is a small reason for cheer. And we all need a small reason for cheer these days, eh? Howard says, very sadly, very stupidly, the UK as a whole showed its backside to the EU, so good luck to the EU. The UK is collectively selfish and politically still in the 19th century. Still in the 19th century? Who are you thinking of?
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
Let's have a call in Dagenham. Ian.
Hello. Hi, yes. Yes, I agree with you. It's like we've gone to the sweetie shop and decided to buy up all the sweeties, all the different coloured ones, with the hope that we'll get some of them. And, it doesn't seem right. I kind of agree with you, really, to be perfectly honest.
I mean, if our neighbours are short of food and we have bought up more food than we can possibly eat, then it does seem a bit mean to say, well, you can't have any because you should have thought of buying it before we did.
Yeah, I'm a little bit... And also, I know they crow about, they're vaccinating so many people, but it is made in this country, like, at the moment. If we can't actually vaccinate the people because it's being made here, then I don't see why they're crowing so much about it, to be perfectly honest. Yeah.
Well, not all of it's made here, of course. There's some that's made in Belgium and America and I think Germany and here, there and everywhere, baby. And some are more effective than others. From what I've read, I'm not sure that we have the most effective. I'd prefer to get jabbed with the most effective. How about you? Lee tweets, is Joe Biden going to tell the media not to speak to the president that way if he thinks they're being rude? Yeah. Oh, did you hear the latest thing that's... like I said in the build-up before the news at 10, the latest in adornment to the rancid pile that is the Republican Party. Have you heard about this woman? Holy moly. I mean, she is just about the giddy limit. But Gary in Ramsgate texts, off to another radio station, you are a disgrace. Wow. Gary is sitting there like an emperor. Somebody is probably feeding him grapes at this moment and probably massaging his feet. He's got a cloud of assistants, slaves probably, attending to his every need. Gary is not the sort of person that leans forward to change the channel. Gary demands that the channel change to suit his precise requirements. He probably yells at the television when the football comes on. I don't want this, he yells. Take match of the day off. It is not to my taste, he yells at the television, expecting it to happen. Sarah says, you accuse us of attacking humankind with our vaccine procurement, but you won't dare criticise China. It's all their fault. I won't dare. Why? What will happen to me? Do you know something that I don't, Sarah? Almost certainly. I won't dare criticise China. Well, says who? I don't know about it's all their fault. I mean, that implies that China deliberately created it and then didn't tell anybody about it. But that's not... I don't think either of those things are true, are they? And the next one may be coming around the corner. Oh, my God, did you read about this? I mean, I don't wish to really upset you, but a leading British scientist, by the way, a scientist who is British, we've got the best science. I'll put a sock in it. A leading British scientist has suggested that another pandemic causing disease X could be around the corner, and it's a matter of when, not if.
Oh, no.
This is Professor Mark Woolhouse. He said it's difficult to tell when such a disease may emerge, and the precise mechanism of how it comes out is always unpredictable. But don't order the bat soup. He didn't say that, but I do think you'll find that is excellent advice.
Correct.
Yeah, skip the bat soup. Professor Mark is an expert in infectious disease epidemiology, so no one was remotely interested in anything he had to say. He is, in fact, an expert in infectious disease epidemiology at the University of Edinburgh. And he said that the pandemic flu is at the top of the list for outbreaks to be concerned about. But he added that there is a whole range of other viruses to be aware of. Mr. Professor Dr. Woolhouse told how he and some colleagues got the World Health Organization to add something called Disease X to its list of priority diseases about 4 years ago. Disease X. That sounds terrible. He said, we thought that the next emerging pandemic might be a virus that we don't even know about yet. Quite frankly, we thought it was the most likely scenario. Remember, this is 4 years ago. Now, this Professor Mr. Dr. Sir Mark Woolhouse said that in a meeting 3 years ago, experts considered what the disease might be. And one possibility they came up with was a novel coronavirus related to MERS or SARS. He said, I mean, it really couldn't be more accurate than that. This new virus is so closely related to SARS, they absolutely pinpointed it as one of the threats. Huh. So we knew it was coming 4 years ago, and we definitely knew it was coming 3 years ago. And so, as you would expect, the Conservative government leapt into action and disbanded the organisation that was set up to combat just such a threat. Boris Johnson actually did that. It was one of the first things he did on ascending to the top job. At the same time that his best buddy, the baby tornado, did the exact same thing in America.
Trust me, I'm like a smart person.
Almost as though they were acting in concert. Asked if the deadly disease X could potentially be around the corner, Professor Woolhouse said, absolutely.
Absolutely.
He said you could use the phrase, it is when, not if. You know, that's what Dr. Fauci said. You know, that old bespectacled geezer who's just got a new lease of life since Fat Donny is no longer the president.
Don't talk to me that way. Don't talk to... I'm the president of the United States. Don't ever talk to the president that way.
I'm still missing you, Donny, just a little bit. What are you thinking? If you could tweet, what would you tweet? What would it... What might it be?
Touch, feel, that's what I do.
Yeah, probably something like that. Asked if the next disease X could potentially be around the corner, Professor Woolhouse said, yep, you could use the phrase, it's when, not if, which is exactly what Dr. Fauci said in America. Fauci said, we are entering the era of the pandemic, not the plandemic, the pandemic.
Oh, fabulous.
What an era to be alive in, eh? The problem is we practically burned the house down to eradicate this dry rot. What would we do if we found something really wrong with it? I mean, this invisible menace kills about 1% of the people that get it. I mean, can you imagine where we'd be if it was like MERS or SARS and killed 30% of the people who got it? I mean, just pause and think about that possibility for a second. We've done this to ourselves for something that kills 1%. If it killed 30% of the people that got it, imagine. I mean, we'd be so closed down, we'd have gone back to the Stone Age. We'd be living in caves and painting buffalo on the walls. Mr. Woolhouse said that every year or two, scientists are discovering maybe 1 or 2 viruses that are transmissible to humans. And the rate has been constant for more than 50 years. Huh. There's 1 or 2 viruses that come out every year for 50 years in a row. So up to this point, we've been lucky-ish. Asked if there was now a greater appetite among policymakers to be aware of the risk of future pandemics. See, this is a biggie. Mr. Woolhouse said, well, guess. This is an expert. Asked if there was a greater appetite among policymakers to be aware of the risk of future pandemics, Woolhouse said, you think he's going to say yes or no? You're way ahead of me. He said, I'm not sure there's a lot of thinking going on about the next threat. He says, I absolutely agree that there needs to be more thought about that. Well, we don't really do thinking that much, do we, Boris?
I can't comment on that.
Let's have a call in Bromley. Ashling, yeah.
Ashling. Hi, Nick.
Ashley.
Nice to talk to you.
And you.
Hello. Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you as always for being the voice of reason.
Voice of reason. Me, the voice of reason?
No.
Not
yes.
really.
Very much so. Oh, it's just crazy this evening with the second the news broke, they were on it, absolutely on it, trying to use it as a way to push Brexit and to push... I mean, before they even knew any of the intentions behind anything that was happening or whether it was true, in terms of, the Article 16 and all that. And it's just bonkers. Just people are brainwashed.
People are so desperate to glean some positive news from Brexit because there hasn't been any so far.
Literally.
All of that Project Fear stuff turned out to be Project Fact. And they were... You can remember on the first day, January the 1st, I've got something in my mouth. This entire area now is going to have to be dipped in Dettol. Other disinfectants are available. But, yes, on January the 1st, oh, God, there's so many reports. Oh, well, there you are. You see, all of these Ramonas were wrong. There's a lorry that's just gone across the strait there and has entered France. You see, no problem. It was the quietest day for trade of the entire year, and they were already calling it a great success. Since then, of course, they've had absolutely nothing to crow about. And so we won on the vaccine thing because we rolled the dice and bought 370 million doses of something that hadn't even been okayed by the medical professionals yet. Well, you could call that like brave or foresight, with something. We've done that with great foresight, or it was just incredibly stupid and a reckless gamble. It depends on where you are.
Completely. I just can't believe it. Immediately using it. And what do you think of Anne Widdecombe saying Brexit saving lives? Using the whole situation in that way. It's just so wrong.
You could have just ended that sentence. What do I think about Anne Widdecombe?
Yeah.
And regardless of what happened after that, my answer would remain the same. All right, thanks a lot, Aisling. 0345 6060 973 is what I think of Anne Widdecombe. I mean, come on. Steve says, please answer this question. Why do you hate this country? Mostly it's because of you, Steve. Thanks for asking. This says, worst death rate or better, more honest statistics? Right. Okay, so we don't have the worst death rate per capita in the world. We just have the best British statistics. Oh, come on, people. The best statistics. Glossop. Hello, Richard.
Hey, Nick. Thanks for taking the call. Just on that thing about the statistics, I'm sure the government would have made sure that our statistics reflect well anyway. So whatever happens.
You would think so, yes. I mean, if they have been massaged in any way, it would be to the benefit of the government.
Exactly. Nobody would be in any doubt about that. Yeah. I'm just ringing up about the vaccines and the 300 million plus vaccines, and it does seem like an incredible number, but there are three very good reasons for it. And you touched on one earlier about the roulette table, and that's where we were about 6 months ago. None of these vaccines have been approved, but we purchased huge doses, I think across 8 different ones, on the hope that maybe 2 or 3 of them worked, which some of them have.
Yeah.
Yeah. So at the moment, we're getting so many doses of each one. The other thing is exactly what's happened, well, maybe tonight, we don't know exactly, and that's security of supply. If you remember the Moderna vaccine, Donald Trump was threatening to stop export of that, and that was one of our vaccines that we were relying on. So that's another factor. And the final one that nobody's mentioned, and it's like the elephant in the room, is that at the moment it's thought that antibodies last for 5 months. Now, when you were saying, well, we need 5, 6, 7 doses, potentially, yes, because the vaccine may only last for 5 months. So those are the 3 very good reasons that we need to start stockpiling.
Have they said, who said it only lasts for 5 months?
That was the WHO. It was one of their reports last week. I can't give you the title of the report. It has been on the BBC as well about this. And I believe it was WHO reports from South Korea that they'd identified that they believe that it's 5 to 6 months that the average person who's had the illness will have antibodies that are effective for.
Right.
After that time, they can become susceptible to actually catching and getting the symptoms of the virus again.
So these aren't people that have had the vaccine, these are people that caught the virus and then recovered.
Yeah,
and so they built up antibodies, but they might get it again in 5 months.
Yeah, but the vaccines, although they're not like the traditional ones, well, apart from one, I think the Johnson & Johnson one's a traditional sort of false, virus one, but the others work in different ways by attaching the lipids that surround the cells of the virus, as I understand it. I'm no epidemiologist, but and the problem is that if there is a mutation, that could work round the vaccine anyway, even the engineers that don't work by introducing a false virus. So that is a big sort of question mark. None of the vaccines come with a guaranteed length of immunity. They don't actually know because these vaccines were only tested last year.
Right. Yeah, don't be shy, Richard. Everybody is an epidemiologist these days. Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. Richard in Hackney says, Pfizer is playing a blinder. They take 3.5 billion euros and stop deliveries, shut the plant for improvements, and the EU is not asking for any explanation. Coincidence? Pfizer is German and convenient to blame UK. What? Right. Okay. Shall I read that again?
No.
Okay, then. Emma in Fulham says, what I don't understand is why the UK government seems so greedy. Not only do we have the most deaths due to COVID in the world, but now we're hoarding vaccines. Unbelievable. Or not so unbelievable now, sadly, says Emma. Yeah, it does seem a bit much. I mean, even if it's 5 months down the line, it does seem a bit piggish, doesn't it? Like we barged in and like a plump little boy at the Eton tuck shop. Hey, Boris. And snaffled all the chocolate bonbons for ourselves. Okay, I mean, at some future point, we may need another chocolate bonbon in like 5 months' time, like that last guy said. But do we have to have them all now? It just seems a bit hoggish, don't it? 0345 6, and that, by the way, is an epidemiological term. I think you'll find that is scientifically correct. 0345 6060 973. I must talk about this woman, this QAnon woman who's just been elected to the to Congress in America. Wow. I mean, really. You think we got problems? Andy.
Hi, Nick.
Andy.
Hi. So, something I've been trying to get my head around for a while. I've been working in the NHS for about 15 years.
This is a very, very, very bad line, Andy. Are you driving at the moment?
Well, I have pulled over, but I'm in the middle of like a wood. Is it bad?
You're in the middle of a wood?
Yeah, I was surrounded by trees.
That's very suspicious, Andy. What are you doing in the middle of a wood?
Well, I was driving over to work.
Okay, then.
I'm sorry about the line. But yeah, so I've been a medic now for about 15 years, and the one thing that's been confusing me a little bit about the whole sort of vaccine and how we've approached it are the percentages. I've never, I don't think, given some medication to somebody and actually said to them that the benefit is going to be in like a percentage term. So, if, for example, if you came to me and said, I've got this horrible cold and diagnosed you with a lower respiratory tract infection or something, I'd say, well, there's a choice of antibiotics based on the science and your allergies, blah, blah, blah. This is the one that's going to be best for you. And usually that's enough. And I don't think anyone's ever asked me, said, okay, but I want to know the percentage of this amoxicillin drug you'll give me, for example, how effective is it going to be?
Well, why do you think that they're doing it like that then? Telling us about the percentage efficacy of each individual one. I mean, from what I've read, speaking as somebody who has got no idea what he's talking about, I'd rather have the Pfizer drug because so many reports have said that it's the most effective.
I know. That's the thing. I think probably the most is the key word. I think the most is enough. But even you start quoting at 78%. Okay, so what's AstraZeneca's oxygen? That's 70, but it might only be 50. It creates this massive, great kind of confusion to people. And I don't know. Do you feel that? I mean, last time you were treated by a doctor for something, did you feel confident that you were issued a medication based on his knowledge and that was enough? Or did you feel that you had to sort of qualify the effectiveness of it in a percentage?
Well, occasionally I've been tempted to look it up on the internet or to read the instructions that come with the medicine, which is a big mistake, huge.
Yeah.
Because it usually says that regardless of what it is, it will cause your eyeballs to explode out of your head, it'll cause your heart to shrivel to the size of a pea, and may end in death.
That is very true. That is very true. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how the rest of your listeners would feel about it, but I think had the government kind of had the approach of this is the data that we have, and at the moment we can tell you that the benefits outweigh the risk. I think people, certainly people I speak to, and some of my patients that I run this by, I kind of sometimes get to work and I have this confused look on my face, and they kind of, why are you confused? And some of it is because I say, I was listening to LBC this morning, and they go, yeah, me too. But some of it is just because I just don't get the way that it's been handled. I'm sure if I said to people, hey, look, we'll put this bandage on your wrist because you've got a scaphoid fracture, and it might help to the tune of 62%, they would look at me and are you mad? Is it going to work?
Yeah. Can I recommend that you don't look confused to your patients? That's pretty poor bedside manner there. You want to look comforting and knowledgeable, not confused.
I know. I would love to look knowledgeable. In fact, I was talking to a couple of police officers today about the call-in, what Nick Ferrari, your colleague, was saying about the stop and search, and I was chatting to them. I said, look, guys, I want to say before we go any further, thanks for doing what you do, because it's incredibly tough what we're doing at the moment. And they were like, note to self, first person in a month that said that. So I said, okay, that's great. And I just thought, oh God, isn't it incredible? And he just happened to mention about LBC, and I said, yeah, I was listening to that this morning.
You weren't talking to the police officers because they were suspicious that you were loitering in the middle of a forest late at night, were they? No. Okay. All right. Make sure you get your story straight, Andy. Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. It is the first thing I can think of that has been recommended by doctors that also comes with a possible efficacy percentage. I want the one with the most efficacy, please. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Here is, oh, God. Stockton-on-Tees. Hello, Brian.
Okay, Nick, you okay?
Yes, Brian. Have you had your jab yet?
No, not yet, mate, no.
Aren't you in an at-risk group?
I am, mate, but we've just, in Teesside, Billingham, round here, a couple of miles away from where I am, they've just done a new virus, haven't they? Novavax. It's been done down the road at Billingham from here.
A new virus?
No, a new vaccine, sorry.
A new vaccine, right.
And we've got 60 million odds. We're going to make it in Stockton. They're going to actually make the vaccine in Stockton.
Right.
And it's very good, isn't it? But then again...
If you say so.
The EU haven't even got any order for it. And that's the problem with the EU, Nick. They've been too slow.
It's only just been invented, you just said.
No, but we have 60 million jabs of it straight away. We have, as you said we have 370 jabs on order.
370 million?
No, million. Now, this wasn't a secret. We said this before we start. We said we're going to pump millions into getting a vaccine early. Billions and billions and billions and billions and billions. Well, it was hundreds of millions it was. But anyway, to get this vaccine created as soon as possible, we've done 3 or 4 over the country. Now, the thing is, see, we said we're going to take a gamble. We're going to take a gamble on buying them all, and we went into them all. We said we're prepared to take this chance because it's worth doing.
Right, but as a human being, do you think that it's right for a country to hog quite so many of them, because that's at least 250 million that we don't actually need right now.
Why don't
And,
we say
and
that
it's
we-
250 million that another country can't have. That's 100 million people
Nick,
that could
come
actually
on.
have a jab
Yeah.
to save their lives, but we're not letting them because we've hogged them all.
But Nick, you were only saying a couple of weeks ago or a month ago, it's going to take us 2 years to get this vaccination done. It looks like we're going to get it done in 6 months, right? That's why we do it in 6 months, because we've done this. It's not our fault as the EU.
Well, for we're not going to do it in 6 months. You're
Look,
you're dreaming. It did look like it was going to be 2 years if we needed to vaccinate everybody twice,
Right.
and in the unlikely circumstance that we were doing 1 million a week. Well, we could quite possibly be doing 1 million a week, but to do it week after week after week after week is a tall order.
It's not so much now, but the thing is, right, we put this on the other foot. If we'd have been slow with this vaccine, Boris Johnson, his government, he'd be gone. We'd be asking for his head, sack him.
Oh, there's
The EU
plenty.
Commission-
There's plenty of reasons to ask for his head. Are you kidding? There's 100,000 reasons.
But he would have went for this. Now, the EU Commission have put themselves in a position now where they could go. Europe are getting sick of this commission. They're slow on everything, Nick. That's a problem. Can't you see that? They're slow on getting trade deals, everything. They're useless. and they've got to be...
They're slow at getting trade deals, right? So, it was them, not us.
Right, we'll look at the Mercantile one, shall we? If we'd have negotiated Mercantile for over 20 years, right, and when we finally got one, we said, "Oh, we don't want it now." You would have said, "Sack the government. This is useless." Why didn't you ever call the EU, Nick? They're not very good at doing trade deals. They're not very good at anything, actually.
The European Union aren't very good at doing trade deals. The European Union have trade deals with practically every country on Earth. Look at the time, Brian. Sadly, we're out.
Tell me what this is all about.
It's World War III. Nothing big. Emma in Fulham says, what I don't understand is why the UK government seems so greedy. Have I read that one? I think I have. You're getting very greedy, Emma. You don't get read out twice. Pat in Sutton says, Nick, Pfizer is American, says Pat in Sutton. Yeah, I know that. Pat, I know you're in Sutton, and Pfizer is American. Correctamundo. James in East Lothian says, just landed back on this planet after a 5-year voyage to the moon and back, and now tuning into your show. What on earth is going on in the UK? We are bathing on sunny uplands. Feel the heat. Let's have West Sussex. Hello, Tim.
Nick, how you doing?
Good, thanks.
Yeah, are you able to work from home at the moment or not?
Not.
Oh, bummer.
I ain't got no broadband. I did have broadband, but it wasn't quite as fast as they said that they wanted it to be, and so they shut me off.
That's sad times. You've been had.
I have been had.
Viva la revolution, then.
Well, one day they'll be the first against the wall, believe me.
Well, that's World War III starting in itself.
Can you believe that? I was getting 30 megabits a second, whatever that means, squirted up the flat, and they said, well, we don't really like that speed. It should be much more than that, so we're going to cut you off entirely. I'm stunned by that. I really am. And so now I go to the back of the queue, and they said that if I'm lucky, I may get switched on in 2 weeks.
Well, I mean, that's time to reflect, read a book, choose a new, learn a new dish. All these things that we should be doing.
A book? Boring. I'm not going to read a book. It's not that bad. Right then.
My reason now, I mean, firstly, a lot of this has already been covered with previous callers and Sarah's message that why are we scrabbling for it when we don't know how long it's going to be effectively good for us for? When are we going to need the next hit, as you said with your what was it, chocolate drop or whatever? When are we going to need that next one? We're not thinking that far ahead at the minute. We're scrabbling for the short term.
Yes.
So these are. I'm neither any side because this horrible thing has caused so much division, which has affected everyone pretty much without a doubt.
I don't feel that it actually has, as that division has actually started yet. I think we're all in panic mode at the moment. I think that now is starting to be the first sort of hint that division is coming. Because, I mean, if we are in a fight with Europe over supplies of something that is made in this country and in Europe, then imagine what people in Africa are going to be feeling.
Oh my gosh, we're one world at the end of the day. We're all the same.
But we aren't. We don't care about deaths in other countries unless it happened really dramatically or a lot of people all died at the same time. If it's just your common or garden, ordinary, average death, then it doesn't make the news here. In fact, I mean, it's worse than that. If somebody dies on the next street from you, it's not really anything of interest. If somebody dies next door to you, then you are interested. And the same thing is true with the countries. We don't care about people in the third world. We're not remotely interested unless they all die in a really dramatic way, or there's millions all dying really slowly, and then somebody can go out and do an advert with kids with flies in their eyes.
Nick, that beautifully moves me into the next question I had was why is us as Blighty, are we the guinea pigs for all of these sirens? Why is it us? I know this.
I suspect that the answer is political. Now, I don't know that this is true, but if I had to guess, I would say that the reason why we okayed these drugs first is in order to mitigate the disastrous performance of the government up to this point. They were gambling with our money on achieving some sort of success, because everything they'd done up to that point was an unmitigated disaster.
I understand. We had the opportunity as an island to close up really early, and it was something we really should have taken quite quickly, I think. And for why that wasn't done, I have no idea. And for a lower population than other countries, we shouldn't be in this position.
No. Well, you elect a clown, you get a circus.
Absolutely. Nick, I love your work.
All right, thanks a lot, Tim. 0345.
Thank you for having me on.
Okay, cheers, mate. 0345 6060 973. This says, you've done nothing but Boris Bash since the dawn of time. That's a long era, since the dawn of time. Billions of years, well, I suppose time. Are we talking about history? Since the dawn of history, a couple of thousand years. This vaccine nonsense you keep muttering on about with us hogging. Charity starts at home. What's charitable about hogging? Do you honestly think the EU would take sympathy with the roles reversed? Well, now that implies that if the roles were reversed, the EU would be in the wrong. And if that's what you're saying, then doesn't that make us in the wrong now? I don't think you can get around that. I mean, if it were the EU, I mean, say all the vaccines were made in the European Union, we didn't make any here, and the EU had fronted, billions of pounds in research and development funds and so on, and they said, well, we haven't actually vaccinated all of our own people yet, and when we do that, then we'll give you some. How would we feel about that? And if you think, well, we'd feel badly about that, and we might want to start launching missiles in their direction, then what's the difference? 0345 6060 973. The problem is that, I mean, I've heard this phrase spoken over and over again just recently. It's like a memo went out. We are all, something of the order of, we're all at risk, unless we all get the jab. I think they put it a lot more succinctly than that. But that's more or less it. I mean, one of the reasons that we've been hit so hard at this is because we didn't close down the border when we should have done, when other smarter countries, countries that were run by smarter people did. And one of the reasons it's difficult for us to do that is money. People bring money in, and that was blinding the government, I believe, at the beginning of this. They didn't want to stop the flow of money coming in. I mean, even when they did a bit close the border, they still made an exception for people with a lot of money. Nobody can come in unless you come in on a private jet. Business persons can come in. If you're flying first class, then that's just fine, because the virus would never turn left on entering a plane. So, if we want to open up again, Britain is open for business, all of that, remember, then that means that we're going to have to, in the first instance, accept a lot of people from Europe, because that's who we do most business with. And if they're not vaccinated, then that's not going to work very well on us. I mean, we can all get vaccinated up to our eyeballs, but if they start bringing in new and exotic strains, or they're absolutely riven with the stuff, then it's going to start spreading among us again. So it's in our interests to help to eradicate this as soon as possible, rather than to cling on to as many as we can and say, I don't know, whatever the ambassadorial equivalent of no is in French. Let's have Canterbury. Hello, Tim. Tim.
Yeah, as much as I have disdain for this government, you leave me having to defend them, because it's not the government that's saying to the EU, no, you can't have this AstraZeneca one. It's AstraZeneca saying that they don't have enough production to deliver at the moment.
Yeah, I'm not entirely convinced by that, but go on.
Well, it's been on the news all day and on LBC all day on what's been going on, and even on Sheila's programme earlier, she had one of the lawyers that got to look over the EU deal with AstraZeneca.
Yeah.
And AstraZeneca have no obligations to deliver vaccines.
Well, I'm sure it's the kind of thing that lawyers lick their lips in anticipation of a good long case, and it's something that they could argue about from now until the end of time, I'm sure. Contract law. We'll all be dead by the time that case is solved.
Well, yeah, we all know that, but it still doesn't alter the facts on that it's not the government that's saying to the EU. And as for the...
But I'm not convinced by that, Tim. I mean, how can you be so sure? I mean, it's so political, this issue. It reflects on the government in a complete way. How can you be absolutely certain that the government hasn't, picked up the phone and called them up? I'd be amazed if they hadn't, wouldn't you?
Well, all you know from the news is the government has made it clear on every news channel that they've been on, so they are not getting involved in this argument.
Right. Well, if the government have made that clear, then I would believe the opposite of that, based on my experience of the government.
I mean, I don't believe a word they say on just about everything, but as you say, sometimes, every now and then...
Every now and then. But just by accident, they say something that's true, yeah. Well, it could be.
But as for the amount of doses we've ordered, in that, a lot of that, there's a big chunk we have to donate to the WHO to help the third world countries.
Yeah, I don't think that's included, though, is it? I think that's over and above. Well,
No,
you may be right, but it doesn't really put much of a dent in 370 million.
And plus, you have to. Every country's ordering more than they need because you need a stockpile. Because as all the scientists have admitted, like with the flu jab, we are going to have to be inoculated every year.
Yes, but you don't buy them now for next year. Like the flu jab, it changes all the time. So you don't buy them all now so that nobody else can get any now, but because you're stockpiling for next year. Wouldn't it be better to share them all around now and then buy next year's next year?
Well, the government has said, and AstraZeneca has said, once production is back up and running fully and they got more factories, because
then there will not be a shortage, which underlines my point. Why buy them all now when there is a shortage, when you could actually spread them more evenly about for the benefit of all? Because if we can get rid of this in the short term, worldwide or even Europe-wide, then that would be to the benefit of us rather than keeping 250 million more than we actually need at the moment, so that nobody can get 250 million vaccinations. That just doesn't seem right.
They shoot themselves in the foot a bit on this, because they ordered every 27 nations that they couldn't make a deal with AstraZeneca on their own.
Sorry, who are you talking about now?
EU.
Right.
So some of the Eastern EU countries decided, we're going to go to Russia and China and buy their vaccine.
Yeah, well, this idea that nobody in the EU can order their own medicines is nonsense, because Germany did just that about 3 months ago. So, that's one of those things that people say because they could have half heard it, and then they start waving their flag about to show that, finally we are out from underneath the evil socialist overlords. Now we're totally free and healthier because of it. But it would not have prevented us from doing anything we blooming well wanted in the case of a national emergency, which is what we're in. Here, Tim, I
think he's betraying a quite stupefying ignorance.
David in Cleethorpes says, I've been trying to follow government guidelines regarding the lockdown and keeping my fellow citizens safe. Am I right in thinking it's now okay for me to travel to Scotland to have my picture taken? Only if you have your picture taken pretending to do science. Ain't that right, Boris?
I can't comment on that.
This says, can we ask the EU to force the BioNTech Pfizer to publish their guaranteed uninterrupted supply contract with Israel? I don't know. Fiona in Devon says, the vaccine rollout for people's first jabs is going to slow down by 50%. Because March means the second jab is needed for those who have already had the first. Well, maybe, unless they double the amount that they're doing. That's right. I hadn't thought about that. Good thinking, Fiona. 0345 6060 973. Haringey. Hello, Russell.
Hello.
Russell.
Hello, Nick. Big fan.
Thanks.
Normally agree 100% with you.
But
I don't think, although we've ordered 370 million jabs or 360 million jabs, we don't have them right now.
No.
So we probably got about, 20, 30 million jabs at a guess.
Well, I've no idea.
I'm all for sharing those jabs around the world.
But?
100%. But if we don't have them, we can't share them.
Yeah, yes, but I think you're missing the point that our government is saying, well, we got in there first, so nobody else can have them. We don't have them in our hands yet, but we ordered them first, so we get them first. We're first in the queue. No. That is their position.
I think you're like this, actually. Besides that point, the reason why I agree with you, and I can't argue with you, is because our Prime Minister got seriously ill from this virus. Right? And when he got seriously ill, I was hopeful that he would come out of that a different person, a changed man. I know it was stupid of me. I was naive to think this.
Yeah.
But I thought he would come out a different person. He would come out and say, "Do you know what? Now I'll change my attitude. I had an epiphany, and I will be a better person. I'll like someone else but myself."
Yeah.
And even after he nearly died from this virus, he came out with this whole publicity stunt of liking this New Zealand nurse, and she was on the news and blah blah blah, and he's still
the same man.
Could not bring himself to be less of what he is,
less of
right
a Boris.
Now.
Yeah,
I know. I'm saddened by that. I'm really. That is the moment when I thought, oh my God, this man has no empathy at all.
Well, it could be worse. He could have come out of the illness as somebody else.
The one that matters is me. I'm the only one that matters.
He could have come out as him.
But
instead of being mini Donald, he could have come out to be full Donald.
He's a great guy. He's a good guy. He's a good person.
Yeah.
He's more sly than Donald. That's why Donald is out and we're stuck with him. And I just hope that this whole EU and vaccine thing doesn't save him, because that's where we're heading.
Well,
back to my original point.
Right.
We do not have 370 million jabs.
No,
we only have about. I mean, we're arguing over jabs that don't exist.
No, that's not true. We're arguing over our chit. We've said, right, these ones are ours. When they do exist, they're ours. They're nobody else's. I know that, Russell, but when they do exist, they will be ours because we got in there first. We were flailing money around like a drunken sailor, buying anything that it looked even remotely like it would work in any way, shape or form, because nothing that we had done, they had done, him, had worked up to that point. Everything he touched turned to stone. And so they just started chucking money about that we haven't got. I mean, we haven't got any of that money. They just invented it. We'll have to pay for it eventually. The little people, not leprechauns. Us poor dopes who pay taxes will have to pay for it eventually. But because we bought it first, when it does become available, it's ours. It's got our name on it. We've printed the Union Jack on it, each and every one of them. They're British vaccines, they are, regardless of which country actually produced them or where they were produced. We got in first, so they're ours. So is the position. It's like we've annexed all of the lifeboats on the Titanic, because at some point in the future we might need them all. You know, the boat that we're all sitting in might spring a leak, so we need all of them, and all of the other people that were on the Titanic. Well, you can bob about in the water for a while. Maybe that nice woman will let you climb on her door. Why didn't she let him on the door? I've got a better question. Why did she chuck that gigantic stone in the... Oh, spoiler alert.
Warning, warning.
That silly old woman, she chucked that massive stone in the sea. What does she want to do that for? That's not going to help anybody. That could have gone to the poor. That could. Worth millions it was. And she just chucked it away. Silly old bag. And very, very rude not to let that bloke on the door.
Be polite!
Even if you're freezing blooming cold and the ship you were on has just sunk.
I just want to tell you all how happy I am to be back in the studio, making a picture again.
It's a radio show, dear. Paul in Glasgow says, how can a vaccine be passed for use on all ages when there is very little data on the over 65s? I fear this government has got so much wrong. I can see a tortoise and hare scenario with our rollout, which will see some problem in the future, probably the ineffectiveness of the AstraZeneca, so all this rush will be a waste of time. Right. Well, you may think that. I couldn't possibly comment. Sheridan says, I'm guessing you have never had cancer treatment if a doctor has never told you the efficacy of a drug or treatment. Not all treatments can guarantee success for all people. We've not even got 100 million doses. The 300 million is for the future, not now. Yes. Yeah, I get that. But do you understand what I'm saying is that if we've ordered them, our position is that nobody else can have them. That those companies must produce enough for to cover our orders, and then other people can have it. I mean, we were first in the queue. But, you know, we have an advantage because we love queuing. This says, why do we not get clear answers on whether the AstraZeneca is safe for over 65s, and why are they not clear about efficacy? I find it odd, says that person. Well, don't ask me. What do I know?
I'm not a doctor.
I'm not a doctor. Let's have Newark. Lawrence. Lawrence.
Yes, I just got my letter
regarding the vaccine, so I've got an appointment on Friday.
Ah, yes.
And the next one will be 11 weeks on the 24th of April.
They've already told you when you're going to get your next one?
Yes, they have.
Oh, is that normal, I wonder?
And I've already booked it as well.
Yeah. But I wonder if that's normal, because I know people who've had the first one and they have no clue when the next one is coming.
They gave me the option. And the only thing is, it's quite a miles away. So I can either go down on my bike to the bus station, or I can catch a bus from outside my street and get a bus into town, and then get off the bus and then get another bus to go 5 miles to the showground. That's where it's going to be.
Right.
So I booked. So it's about 5 miles radius where we are in Newark and around the surrounding areas. It may be a bit further.
Couldn't they just get your GP to do it?
No, they're just giving us one location, or you can go to the Queen Medical Centre, which is about 23 miles away. I could have booked that one, but the buses are not very frequent over there. But at least they are providing a bus to the showground, there's no bus service usually there, so they're riding it every 15 minutes.
So you're going to be crammed in on a bus with a lot of
No, I
other...
don't know about crammed in. They'll probably put a few on each bus, I think.
Well, but you don't know that.
I would think so, because they're leaving every 15 minutes.
Right, but if it's a centre though, I would imagine they're doing well.
They've told me they're giving me sort of. They only give me a few minutes waiting time, so it's like they give me a waiting time. They give me a letter which is in different languages as well, so that helps other people as well. So that's helpful.
Are any of those languages English?
No, they're not.
Right. What?
There's Lithuanian, Czech. I didn't see Polish on here, but anyway.
Can you read?
I wanted to really speak about the Eastern European Settlement Scheme, which the government has launched at the end of last year. To remain in the country, all EU citizens have to apply for status to stay in the country. At the present time, they have 4.9 million have already applied, when the government didn't realise how many are actually here, because we were told there's only about 3 million here, but it seems that we've got 4.9 that actually have applied. But there are some people who don't even know about the situation about applying. So if you've been here 5 years, you can apply. If you've been at the end of last year, you can still apply as well. So I'm trying to spread the word to let people know, because we do in our area have a number of factories and food places where we do rely on Eastern Europeans.
Yes, we will miss them if they go. Correct.
No, well, I don't think we'll miss. I'm trying to do my bit to make sure they actually apply and get their employers to make sure they are abiding with the rules and doing
legal, decent, honest and true. Exactly. But if they go, we will miss them. That's what I'm saying. We will miss them when they're gone. All right, thanks a lot, Lawrence. 0345, and the best of luck with your jab. 0345 6060 973. I've read all of those. I'm way ahead of schedule. I'm doing very well. Reading, Matt.
Hi, Nick. How are you doing?
Good, thanks.
Hi. Well, as you may remember from previous conversations we've had, I am very much in favour of the EU and very much against Boris Johnson and Brexit and the whole thing.
I do not remember anything of the sort.
Well, how could you forget me? I'm unforgettable, clearly. Anyway, on the vaccine thing, I'm partially with you, but that I think I qualify that by saying it depends what they do, okay? Because right now, about half of the vaccines mentioned, this 350 to 370 million vaccine doses that they have pre-ordered and prepaid for, as it were, are bet hedges, for want of a better way of putting it, because they speculated on a number of candidates out of the hundreds that have been developed around the world or being tested around the world. So right now, we've got on vaccines that have been approved, we've got 100 million AstraZeneca doses, we've got 40 million Pfizer doses and 17 million Moderna doses, right?
Right.
So
but that's plenty.
157 million.
Yeah, but that's plenty. It's more than we need.
Yeah, it is more than we need. If you take the population of somewhere between 65 and 70 million, or give thereabouts, we've probably got about 20 million more than we need, right? But we don't, first of all, one of the previous callers said we don't actually have them all now, right? Now, I know what you were saying, and I agreed with you. However, on the remaining vaccines that we've also prepaid for, we've got Novivax, Janssen, Johnson & Johnson. Now, none of those have been approved, and none of them have completed trial yet. I think Novivax has pretty much concluded and probably will be approved, but it hasn't been yet. Now, the thing is, they've also bet on other vaccines, and they may or may not pass approval. So,
but as we've already established, we have more than we need already.
We have more than we need for one full dose each, as in, if you take the double dose as one dose, if you see what I mean, because you have to have it in two parts.
Yeah, but
right. So all three of the current vaccines that we have an approval require two doses.
But something of the order of 40% of the population are either going to be too young or resistant to taking the vaccine in the first place. So we actually have probably twice as many as we need already.
And I take that point on board. Okay. However, I would also say there is considerable waste, because I've been reading quite a bit lately about, especially with Pfizer, because once they defrost it, they can't reuse it. So this is why some people have been hovering round.
Yeah, they can't refreeze it. So they're giving them to doctors. I know this to be true. They're calling up doctors saying, "We've got a couple of spare. Do you want one right now? Come immediately." Yeah.
That's right. They are trying to maximise the number of doses that they use of the batch that they have, but they're still not using all of them. So there's some waste. Some of the batches will be bad. There'll be some bad batches, because every batch that comes out from the factories has to be tested to make sure that it's of its efficacy and all the rest of it, because I think there was a
we
batch
don't
of
want those ones.
No, absolutely. But I think there was a batch of AstraZeneca a couple of weeks ago that they had to reject. It was something like so many thousand doses had to be just scrapped because they were badly manufactured.
Yeah, but I would have to say that that 1,000. I mean, if I was doing a deal, then they don't contribute to the amount that we bought.
We haven't seen the contract, have we?
The company can take them back. We ain't paying for those.
Agreed, totally. But my point is that when I would put it this way: I have no faith in the government. I think they've handled this whole thing very, very badly. But the one thing I would say is that I have to hope that when they spread the money around and they bet on 5 or 6 candidates those months ago when they did that, that they literally were saying, we don't know which vaccine candidates are going to work. Some of them won't. Janssen might not work, for example. I'm not saying that it won't, by the way, just that it might not. And I would like to think that it was actually a pragmatic approach, and they said, let's buy X number of doses of each one of these most likely candidates, because on the basis that maybe 2 of the 6 will be
I get that completely. It could have been pragmatic. It could have been a very, very calm and pragmatic decision, or it could have just been
made it, of course.
It could have been done in a screaming panic. I would suggest the latter, but it doesn't really make any. It doesn't really make any difference. It still comes down to, if we're not allowing other people to take the jabs that we aren't going to be using immediately, then we are not allowing
other people to have it.
If it's 250 million, then that's 125,000 people who may die because we're not giving up our place in the queue.
And that's why I said at the beginning of this, I have to think that I agree with you partially, but it depends on what they do next. So let's say, for example, Janssen, Novivax, and Johnson & Johnson all become approved as well, and we get the extra 160 million doses that then gives us, right? Now, if they then say at that point, wow, we spent billions on this, all 6 of the candidates came through, they're all really good, we now have way more vaccine than we need. So EU or Africa or whatever, here are 100 million spare doses that we don't need. Now, if they do that, once all the candidates have been approved and certified as safe, then I would then say, well, actually, they did give a lot of it away. They might donate them to the COVAX program, for example. I don't know, but they might. Now, if they don't, though, if this time next year, Nick, we're sitting here saying, well, we've got a massive stockpile of vaccine. Now, it could, that would be a totally different conversation, and I would be totally disgusted by that, especially, of course, if it turns out that they do find all these vaccines are great now, and then they find out that this virus has mutated next year, and none of them are any good at all, because then they've wasted billions.
Yes, well, isn't it exciting? I wonder what will happen next. Place your bets. Thanks a lot, Matt. 0345 6060 973. I know I keep saying this, but I must talk about this woman who's just been elected to Congress in America. I mean, wow. Or I'll do it now.
I don't believe I've ever met him. I'm pretty sure I didn't meet him, and I just don't know anything about him.
Yes, Donald Trump, the Donald Trumpization of America continues apace, even in his temporary absence. Nancy Pelosi excoriated Republican leaders for promoting a QAnon-supporting congresswoman who has endorsed violence against Democrats. Have you heard about this woman? Marjorie Taylor Greene. What a piece of work. The Speaker of the House of Representatives, Nancy Pelosi, said that it was absolutely appalling that the Republican Party had allocated a position on the Chamber's Education Committee to Marjorie Taylor Greene, a newly elected politician from Georgia, who has spread baseless conspiracy theories about school shootings. Look up a video of her harassing one of the kids that survived one of these school shootings. God, what an absolutely repellent woman. Nancy Pelosi said, "We have members of Congress who want to bring guns on the floor and have threatened violence on other members of Congress." She's one of these women who keeps going on about Jesus as though Jesus would actually be in her corner. Before she joined Congress this month, Marjorie Taylor Greene, 46, was known to have broadcast extreme right-wing views and conspiracy theories, and now she's part of the government. I mean, you think that we've got a clown show over here. It's a psychedelic clown show over there. In Facebook posts, Marjorie Taylor Greene, a staunch Trump supporter...
I love the poorly educated.
...commended the idea of shooting Nancy Pelosi in the head. She also advocated a conspiracy theory that Hillary Clinton had murdered a child during a satanic ritual and then ordered the killing of a policewoman to cover up the crime. In response to a post raising the prospect of hanging Obama and Hillary Clinton, Marjorie Taylor Greene wrote that the stage is being set. I mean, really? It's like it's like in this country if we had elected David Icke as a member of Parliament, or somebody of that ilk, like Jezza's brother, somebody like that, or Mr. Blobby, for instance. And anybody under the age of 40 is going, "What's Mr. Blobby, Grandad?" Grandad? Marjorie Taylor Greene has also spread misinformation and conspiracy theories about school shootings at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland in Florida in 2018, which she alleged was a false flag operation. In other words, the radical left wing shot a bunch of kids to blame it on the right. She's also spread misinformation about the Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting in 2012, which she claimed was a hoax, much to the distress of the parents who lost their children in that incident. Nancy Pelosi said of the Republican leadership, assigning her to the Education Committee when she has mocked the killing of little children attending Sandy Hook Elementary School, when she has mocked the killing of teenagers in high school at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, what could they be thinking? or is thinking too generous a word for what they might be doing, says Nancy Pelosi. Yeah, I mean, seriously, Republicans, what are you thinking? I mean, Marjorie Taylor Greene has also promoted QAnon, dribbling nonsense that you hear from the mouth breathers that used to show up at the Screaming Mimi's White Power rallies. The dingalings, those people. She's also written that mass shootings were organised by the left as an excuse to bring in gun control. That Hillary Clinton murdered her political enemies. That Barack Obama partnered with a street gang to murder a staffer. That Hillary Clinton was in on the assassination of John F. Kennedy. That the plane that crashed into the Pentagon on 9/11 does not exist. And that, this is my favourite, the California wildfires were started with a Jewish space laser. I am not making that up. Jews mounted a laser in space that fired a shot at California to start fires so they could buy up that land cheaper. And the people of Georgia elected her to Congress. They heard what she had to say and thought, yep, she's the woman for us. And the Republicans have just put her on the Education Committee. So whatever is going on in this country, at least at the present, we're not that bad. Things could change at any moment. Let's have Carmarthen. Hello, Patrick.
Hello, Nick.
Patrick.
Love your show. Fantastic.
Thanks.
In fact, I don't want to descend the programme into, but I put it on every night in bed and it sends me to sleep. It's lovely.
Yes.
But I wanted to bring up the point of why no one's ever mentioned the World Health Organisation, which is supposed to be, in my book, would be some sort of control throughout the world for world health. An organisation, and I don't understand why it's descended into bickering between the EU, the UK, and while Africa is not getting jabs and everything else.
Yeah, well, just wait. I think this is the beginning. I think it's going to get a lot more bickeringer than this.
I know, but where are the World Health Organisation?
Where are they?
Yeah.
Switzerland.
I mean, I remember last summer, because I've been following, I mean, I'm in my 70s now.
70 years old.
Thank you. I think you could do a better one than that. I think that, you've got some better ones than that.
I haven't. That is the best that I do.
All right, then. So, where are they? They were telling me to wear masks last March, April, whatever, and the governments didn't say that, and the governments didn't say this, and this would be right, and that ain't right. Where is the World Health Organisation, them people that I saw on the television that seem to be the hierarchy of the World Health Organisation?
Yeah, well, they're not dictators. They can only advise and put forward the best policy and tell us that they've got danger on the way, and governments can ignore it, as ours did.
Yeah, but in my book, they seem to be sort of hierarchy of the World Health Organisation.
Yeah, right. In your book.
If they wear that title, as like the UN or anything else, and we won't go into that, obviously.
Why?
But, because, there's wars breaking out here and there everywhere, and the UN don't seem to control that. But getting back to the virus thing, all this bickering and stuff that's going on in humanity,
just
where
wait.
we all need a jab, even someone in Africa.
Right, things are going relatively swimmingly up to this point. I think the bickering is only just beginning. It's only just begun. Everybody sing.
Have you got one of them?
No, I don't, no. But
I thought you had a music one.
We'll root around in the library and see if we can find some Carpenters. He listens to this show to go to sleep. Wake up. 0345 6060 973. Alistair of Clapham says, if AstraZeneca decided to make a tidy profit from its vaccine, the UK could temporarily become the Qatar of Europe in terms of wealth, and we could all have living rooms that look like Donald Trump's. What an horrific prospect.
Don't talk to me that way. Don't talk to... I'm the president of the United States. Don't ever talk to the president that way.
He looks... I mean, you've seen pictures of him inside that excruciating taste explosion that is his flat. He's got these giant chandeliers that were made, obviously, for a huge ballroom, for somewhere that has really, really high ceilings. But he doesn't have high ceilings there. You could practically reach up and touch the ceiling. And so it's just, they just look ridiculous, as does everything else in his flat. It looks like, I know this is not an original thought, but it looks like what a poor person's idea of a rich person's flat would look like. It's like somebody took the inside of Versailles and shrunk it. What a preposterous man he is. You're a silly, silly ex-president.
Don't be rude.
0345 6060 973. Hartford. Hello, Steve.
Oh, greetings, Nick. I'm just still chuckling over what you just said. I spoke to you last weekend, and I'm speaking on a landline. Am I coming over loud and clear?
You are coming over clear as a bell.
Oh, superb. Right, now, last weekend I told you about my, this problem I had. Well, I didn't have it. The supplier had the problem with my broadband installation. I had two telephone numbers.
Yeah.
I was getting billed, and I think you... when I said I was reimbursed for this money each month, and I asked you how much you wanted, and you said you wanted all of it.
All of it.
Yes. Now, I've got a theory, and the theory is, to start with, you have lots of people phoning you on their mobile phones.
I don't know how they get my number. They call and they call.
Neither do I, no. But, and it's also very difficult to understand what people... Well, it's a bad line. All
Yes.
these mobile phones.
Terrible.
Yeah, awful. So, and what it is, because they pay this astronomical amount of money...
Stupid amount.
Yes, to get all their deals on TV and their telephones. And the worst system is their telephones.
Yeah.
And eventually they are going to be pushed back onto landlines, which are going to cost them a fortune. And that's my first theory. It's a con.
I don't understand why mobile phones don't work as phones. I mean, why don't they work as phones yet?
Well, they do in, shall we say, the EU, because I spent a long time travelling to and from the over the water, shall we say.
Yeah.
And I had no problem. As soon as I got my lorry, or wherever it is, in a lorry or a car, back across to Dover, the reception and the transmission was awful.
Well, that's interesting you say that, because I do a podcast with Karen McGiffin, and she's in France, and I'm in this country, and I'm doing the recording on my computer, and she is coming through as clear as can be, and I can't be heard at all. I sound like I'm underwater.
Exactly, and I listened to both of you, and it's excruciatingly funny. In fact, it's painfully funny.
Excruciatingly funny. We'll take it.
Studio calls flashing up on the indicator.
This one is in Doncaster. Tony?
Hello, Nick.
Tony.
I've just had a very frightening experience.
Frightening?
And I just thought, I've got to ring him and tell him.
Thunder, lightning, very, very frightening.
Worse than any of them. I listened to this program tonight, and there was this, like a crowd rouser. Was in Wyoming, and he was talking to this rally.
Are you talking about this program?
No, not this programme. It was...
because when you said I listened to this programme, I thought you were talking about this programme, but you were talking about a different programme.
Well, we speak differently up here. We get our verb in another way around.
Right.
To you people down there. I'm sorry about...
Well, it's a bit offensive, but I'll let it go. Go ahead.
Let me off. Anyway, so... He's on the stage, right? And he says... Who's on the stage?
Rouser. A rouser, right, okay, rouser. Mm-hmm.
Oh, rouser.
Yes, Political
rouser, okay.
Rabble-rouser, yes.
Well, I didn't want to say that. So, he then introduces Don Jr. to the crowd.
Oh, Don Jr.
Trust me, I'm like a smart person.
Yeah. Donald Trump's even dumber offspring.
Yeah, well, I've never come across him before.
No.
And the thing is, this bloke's got him on the other end of a mobile phone, right? So they managed to plug the phone into the public address system.
Right.
And he asks Don if he'd like to speak a few words to the rally.
Don Jr., yeah.
Don Jr. comes on. And it was as if he was introducing the next president of the United States.
Right.
And this bloke, this Don Jr., he sounds exactly the same as his dad.
I'm very highly educated. I know words. I have the best words.
Yeah. Does he also have the best words?
He's got the same words.
The same words. So that's a no. That's a no then.
No, he's got the same words, and at the same time, he didn't speak to him for long. It was just like a taster of, get what he's like.
Forthcoming attractions.
Forthcoming attraction, right? Yeah. Well, it turns out that also this week, a man called Jeff McClane. Have you ever come across him?
He's the guy in Die Hard.
It must be.
Isn't he the guy with the shaved head and the vest in Die Hard? Jeff McClane?
I've never seen this one, but,
You've never seen Die Hard?
I've never seen it, no.
You are kidding me.
No, I'm not kidding it. So, apparently he was dispatched from the Congress.
He was dispatched?
By the, the Republicans in there.
Yeah.
Down to Mar-a-Lago.
Oh.
To make peace with Donald Sr.
Right.
And he had to backtrack, this McClane character had to backtrack on some of the, shall we say, more insulting things that he said about Don Sr. since Don Sr. went out of the picture.
Yeah.
So... Then they started to tell you a little bit about the background of this kid who was dispatched down to Mar-a-Lago. And apparently he had a job with Don Sr. And his job on Air Force One, he was in charge of the Starburst bag.
What?
Yeah, the Starburst bag. Now, Starburst bag is their version of... a very common bag of sweets that we have here, right?
Oh, right. I definitely thought you were going to say that's the sick bag.
No, it's a very common bag of sweets that we have here, apparently. Right? We you'll have had them. I don't want to say what they call them because.
Are they made to make your mouth water? Is it that sweet?
No, it's not that one. They're nicer than them.
There's nothing nicer than those. No such thing exists on Earth, either now or in the past, that has ever been nicer than those. And that's a fact.
Well, if you say it's a fact, it's a fact. So, apparently, he asked Don Sr. which was his favourite, and Don Sr. said, I only want to eat the red ones and the blue ones.
Oh my God, he's in Van Halen. He wants the brown ones taken out.
Well, he wants none of the others.
None of the others. No, right.
Red and the blue.
Yeah.
And this bloke's job was to ferret out the red and the blues, constantly feed him with them during the flight.
Yeah. See, I definitely thought you were going to say he only wants the white ones. Take all of the coloured ones out. I only want the white ones. I definitely thought you were going to say that.
I don't think they have any white ones in that bag.
Right, okay then.
That's a fact, I think. Anyway, the thing is, Don Senior sacked him.
Because?
For whatever reason. Probably a very good reason.
Yeah.
For all we know.
He was a bit too smart.
I love the poorly educated.
He only likes the poorly educated.
Oh, he sacked him.
Yeah.
Puts him in, a very big company of I don't know how many hundred.
Every single person that has ever come into Donald Trump's orbit has all ended up as roadkill. They all get driven over eventually.
Well, apparently this guy only lasted 2 months.
Yeah, well, that's probably 2 months more than most. All right, well, is there more? There can't be.
No, there is a bit more.
Really?
No, I don't think the other bit more is any good to you.
Right, okay. Well, it looks like we saved a lot of time there. What do you think, Melania?
I don't care.
She actually is not that bothered. How about you, Kanye?
Whoop-dee-dee scoop poop.
That's what I thought. 0345 6060 973. I mean, I know he's not a doctor.
I'm not a doctor.
But he does have a good handle on that whole virus thing.
This, whatever they want to call it, you can call it a germ, you can call it a flu, you can call it a virus. You can call it many different names. I'm not sure anybody even knows what it is.
Nobody even knows what it is, but you can be absolutely certain.
If you get it in order, you get extra points.
Extra points for getting it in order. Oh, there was a big thing about Donald Trump and Russia. Did you read any of this? Have I got time for this? Donald Trump was cultivated as a Russian asset. The size of that asset. Donald Trump cultivated as a Russian asset more than 40 years ago, which exploded into a decades-long relationship of mutual benefits to both Russia and Trump. A completely unshocking new book claims. The author asserts that Donald Trump was rescued multiple times from multiple bankruptcies by boatloads of Russian cash laundered through his real estate business in the 80s and the 90s. Russian money also picked up the tab for buildings franchised under Trump's name.
I make $400 million a year, so what difference does it make?
An invitation to Russia by high-level KGB officials in 1987 under the guise of a preliminary scouting trip to build a Trump hotel in Moscow was, in fact, deep development by KGB handlers that further created secret back channels and allowed the Russians to influence and damage American democracy. This is what this author is claiming. When Trump became president, it was time to pay the piper, and Trump gave Putin, rootin' tootin', everything he wanted. Like the dummy he truly is.
Trust me, I'm like a smart person.
The author is called Craig Unger. He makes the revelations in his new book called American Compromat, which sounds like somewhere you'd wash your clothes, but isn't. American Compromat, How the KGB Cultivated Donald Trump and Related Tales of Sex, Greed, Power and Treachery. Wow, that sounds like a page-turner, doesn't it? Trump and the Russians were also in bed together. Now, I know that sounds awful.
Disgusting.
You don't want to think about Donald Trump and bed, but they were in bed with each other through Trump's close friendship with Jeffrey Epstein, who was supplying the Russians and Silicon Valley with underage girls, the author claims. Epstein claimed to have introduced Melania to Donald. Hey, is he the fella that did it?
I don't care.
She's still not bothered. Didn't care about anything no more. There was something which I will not repeat, but you can look up at your leisure concerning, I can barely bring myself to say it, stains on Donald Trump's clothing.
Disgusting.
Apparently. Trump was under the watchful eye of the KGB from when he sold multi-million-dollar condos to the Russian mafia, is the allegation, laundering money by buying through anonymous shell companies. They were. The sale of these condos made Trump rich again after he lost billions of dollars when his Atlantic casinos went belly up. He's such a businessman, he actually managed to lose money on casinos. Surveillance of Trump began even earlier in 1977 when he married Ivana Zelnikova, a Czech national from a district where the secret police force was in league with the KGB, and Trump was already talking about wanting to be president one day. He has actually been talking about it for a good long while. And then he became one.
I'm president. Can you believe it?
That clip, he's on stage and he is actually utterly bemused. I'm president, can you believe it? No, Donny, we're still stunned. Trump appealed to the KGB because he was vain, narcissistic, highly susceptible to flattery and greedy. The author writes, with Trump it wasn't just weakness, everything was excessive. His vanity, excessive. Narcissism, excessive. Greed, excessive. Ignorance, excessive.
Don't be rude.
It's true. Deeply insecure intellectually, highly suggestible, exceedingly susceptible to flattery, Trump was anxious to acquire some real intellectual validation, and the KGB would be more than happy to humour him, the author reports. Well, that sounds about right.
Don't talk to me that way. Don't talk to... I'm the president of the United States. Don't ever talk to the president that way.
Yeah. Anyway, there's detailed files. It's in a book. I'll allow you to read it at your leisure. I'll wait for the film to come out. The big problem with all this sharing is that next year it will start again. Every year for the next 5 years we'll have to vaccinate 80% of the population, which will take the whole year. Every year.
Oh, no.
Why 5 years? Why not 10 or 15 or for the rest of our lives? 80% seems like a stretch. I don't think that 80% will actually agree to have it. And I don't think that they're going to do under 16s, are they? Or are they? I don't know. I think we're all just making it up as we go along, aren't we? This says, ordering more than we need is just downright selfish. Would not surprise me if they're hoarding with a view of reselling with a price markup. Yeah. Psst. Want to score a vaccine? And Jane in Aberdeen says, everyone I knew, everyone I know got a letter which gives the date of both the first and the second vaccine. The second date is exactly 12 weeks later at the same place. Well, I know people have had it, and they've got absolutely no idea when the next one is coming, or even if the next one is coming. It depends where you are, I suppose. But it shouldn't do. Mile End, hello, Andy.
Hello. How you doing, Nick?
Good, thanks.
Right, raise a couple of issues. First of all, the coronavirus has been around for, well, according to the people in the know, for centuries.
What?
For centuries.
Right.
Okay, coronaviruses.
Viruses, yeah.
Yeah, not the COVID-19.
Yes.
But in the 60s, they recognised it as a threat, obviously, to the humans.
Mm-hmm.
Novavax. Let's talk about Novavax and their candidate. In 2003, if I got my dates right, SARS, which is the severe acute respiratory syndrome,
yes,
was recognised as a global threat.
Yeah.
All right, which had over 8,000 cases over just under 30 countries, with under 1,000 deaths.
Yes.
All right, they worked on that. They didn't produce anything. In 2012, MERS comes up, Middle Eastern Respiratory Syndrome.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what gets me, Nick, is that all these companies now are saying that they've developed a vaccine. But how safe is it? Now, I want to put this forward. Let's just say they're working on these vaccines. They're doing their trials, stage 3. Yeah, we've got this vaccine. It's working. But it's not under normal conditions.
How do you mean?
Well, the world's in lockdown.
Yeah.
All the previous vaccine candidates that have been tested out there, all right, and trialled, have been under normal conditions where we've been, mixing.
Yes.
People have been mixing.
Mingling with each other.
Yes. Right. Well, this time, they're basing their trials in a controlled environment.
Yeah, everybody walking around with a mask on.
Yes. Everybody, the majority of people in lockdown.
And we're
how safe
completely
are these trials?
Covered in disinfectant we are. Yes.
Yeah, but how safe are they, truly, Nick? I've been following Novavax for 8 years.
Have you?
Yes, I have.
What would you do that for?
Well, I follow... I've been following it for 8 years, trust me. All right.
There you are, in their rearview mirror. 8 years. 8
years I've been following Novavax for, because what really interested me is the MERS, the Middle Eastern Respiratory Syndrome, which started off with fruit bats, and how it spread was fruit bat pickers. Okay.
Fruit bat pickers.
Yeah, but the date pickers. Sorry.
Date pickers, right?
Yeah, the pickers who collected the dates, packaging dates. Then when they went to the pilgrimage, in Mecca.
Yes.
That's where it spread.
Hence Middle East.
Yes, that's how it spread. You can read up on it.
I most certainly will not do anything of the sort.
Now, it's fascinating
how
Novavax, all right, has hit the headlines. Because, no one knew about Novavax. Not many people knew about Novavax until, I think, today. It hit the mainstream media.
Yeah.
But Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation funded, all right, donated $500 million to Novavax.
Right.
Back in 2013, 2012.
I feel we're building up to something here, Andy.
Yeah.
Go on.
Now, they also threw another 382 million at them last year.
Okay, but get to the point. I feel it coming towards us like a steam train, out of control. Go ahead.
Right, then another 1.6 billion.
Right, never mind about all that.
Now, this is a company that hasn't produced a vaccine in 33 bloody years, Nick.
Right, but
it's one of the smaller companies.
Yeah, but what is your point, though, Tony?
The point is how can we trust a company that hasn't produced a vaccine, a successful vaccine, in 33 years of its existence, its trials, that's saying to us now, in 9 months, we've got a vaccine for something that they didn't know anything about 9 months ago.
But other companies have done that. Why couldn't they? Are you saying that it is part of an evil plan that
No, I'm not saying that.
Bill and Melinda Gates want to
No, I'm not saying that.
Inject
I'm saying no.
microchips into our brains and control us like robots?
Affirmative. No. What I'd like to say is this as well. Everybody, I've listened to these shows pretty much every day at the moment because I'm in lockdown like everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I've got a respiratory condition. I've got COPD. All right, so I've got to be in tight lockdown.
Mm-hmm.
And what I keep hearing is everybody throwing the blame at our politicians.
Yes.
Now, I gave you 3 dates during this conversation. 2003, 2013, we're now 2021. Can't blame Boris Johnson. You can't blame politicians.
You can.
You can't blame... No, you can't.
Yes,
because if they knew,
if
the World Health Organization knew back in 2003, Nick, that this was a big risk.
We've known about this since the 60s, and the evidence is
and what have they done?
Time you went to the cinema since the 1960s, in your local multiplex, there's always been a film that describes this exact scenario. This is not news. This is not a surprise. The World Health Organization were talking about it 4 years ago, and we did
so tell me this,
nothing.
Nick.
tell me that exactly. So why can people point the finger at a single person, i.e. our Prime Minister, okay,
Well,
and say it's his fault?
I'll tell you. I'll tell you why. It's because pretty much the first thing he did when he got to number 10 was to disband the very government organisation that was in place to deal with the pandemic. How about that, Andy? What do you think, Boris?
I can't comment on that.
We are moving about just a little bit more than we used to. Boris Johnson has considered relaxing the rules on exercise to address our enormous fatness. The Prime Minister has asked officials to draw up options for a slight lifting of the rules, which are currently... Any ideas? No. Any clue as to what the rules are at the moment?
Negative.
There's something about bubbles, I'm pretty sure about that. At the moment, you are limited to meeting one other person for outdoor exercise once a day. Why once a day? What's the relevance with that? It's just not clear. Why once a day? I mean, does the virus only come after you when it sees you twice? No idea. One possible option could be allowing people to meet a friend from another household for outside exercise more than once a day. Not inside exercise. Oh, God, it would have been marvellous if that would work. Shall I try it again? Not inside exercise.
Disgusting.
There it is. Have you heard?
No.
One possible option could be allowing people to meet a friend from another household for outdoor exercise more than once a day. Then we'll be really free. Government sources have said that the exit out of lockdown is going to be slow, with shops and gyms and hairdressers possibly opening in April. Hairdressers. Oh, my God. Hairdressers open in April.
Oh,
no. We're gonna look like cavemen by then. Even the women. But it's worse than that. Pubs and restaurants might be shut till May. May. You're going to have to be eating your own food till May. I mean, that sounds like a cruel and unusual punishment. Get the UN on the phone right now. A source familiar with the PM's thinking said... I don't know why. Actually, I do know why that's funny. Source familiar with the PM's thinking said... I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. A source familiar with the PM's thinking said that officials are going to look at whether outdoor sports can be socially distanced, and then we'll be able to do them again. Well, wouldn't that be nice? We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Outdoor sports. Can golf be socially distanced? Of course it can. There isn't a more socially distanced sport in the world than golf. How are we not allowed to play golf? Not that I want to play golf. I find it deeply annoying, utterly frustrating. It's the kind of thing I'd like to do really, really well, like playing the piano, for instance. God, wouldn't it be marvellous to be able to walk into a room and start, tinkling your ivories? And then after you've done that, you could play the piano. But golf, how are you not allowed to play golf? The next person playing golf to you is about a mile away. You couldn't hit them with a golf ball. We might also be able to play tennis. I mean, there's another thing that I'm not interested in doing, but I don't understand how people who are can't. I mean, tennis is literally a game of two halves, divided by a net. How are you not allowed to play tennis? Well, you think you're going to catch it off your ball? So officials are going to look at it. They're going to look at it very strongly, totally strongly, and with great strength. We're going to be looking at it. Miss you, Donny. I miss your I miss your waddle.
Don't be rude.
I miss your word salad.
I'm very highly educated. I know words. I have the best words.
And but most of all, I miss your mean. Your general mean.
Don't talk to me that way. Don't talk to. I'm the president of the United States. Don't ever talk to the president that way.
MEIN, or is it MIEN? MEEN. Yeah, not MEAN. We know you're mean. I'm talking about your mean. Anywho, someone familiar with the PM's thinking said, have you got a translator? They said officials are going to look at outdoor sports and see if they can be socially distanced. Well, I can save you the trouble. Yes. Next. I should be running this country. All these decisions that take bloomin' ages, take committees to meet and £50 million to be spent and 3 years to come up with a decision, at the end of which is lessons must be learned. Just ask me. I'll tell you. Of course they can be socially distanced, you idiot. I mean that most respectfully, by the way. A Cabinet Office task force has been working on a new roadmap out of lockdown, which is going to be published in the week beginning the February 22nd. First, of course, they have to find a Tory donor who has no experience of publishing maps to give the map publishing contract to. Shall we say £108 million? Earlier this month, Boris Johnson was spotted cycling in Olympic Park, if you please, which was not remotely close to where he lives. No! Cycling he was. 7 miles away from Downing Street. Is that local?
No.
Of course not. This is despite his own restrictions limiting exercise to once a day and not travelling outside their local area. 7 miles is not local. Well, we know that it's not local because you get fined if you drive 5 miles to have a little walk. Ministers this month rejected calls to be specific about rules surrounding exercise amid concerns that their vagueness allowed police leeway to hand out fines too enthusiastically. Ministers rejected calls to be specific about the rules surrounding exercise. Yeah, probably because they just read a story about Bozo going out for a wander on his bicycle 7 miles away from home. So they didn't want to say, well, it's 5 miles and that's it. Didn't want to get in another one of those scenes. So they were deliberately vague, which has allowed police to leeway to hand out fines enthusiastically. They've probably been vague because it has allowed police leeway to fine people enthusiastically. Unless that makes me one of those tinfoil hat conspiracy nuts. No offence. You remember those 2 women in Derbyshire that were fined for driving 5 miles from their homes for a walk? Seemed pretty local to me, 5 miles. And if the PM or, one of his mates or relatives had done it, it would have been right and proper. But because it was 2 women who weren't Tory donors, they were guilty. And, of course, the press were all over them because they were, good-looking. If they had been frumpy, then the press wouldn't have been remotely interested. But they sent out teams, SWAT teams. They probably hired a helicopter when they saw a picture of those 2 women. So schools are going to be first to reopen, but not soon. Maybe March. And today, Bozo wrote an open letter to Britain's parents, thanking them for doing a great job during the coronavirus pandemic. And Britain's parents could not bring themselves to write a similar letter of praise in return. Even though the Prime Minister had adopted his most practised sad face just the other day, which made the headlines. All the mainstream media... It's that phrase again.
Warning, warning.
Anybody uses the phrase mainstream media, just back out of the room. No sudden moves. Yeah, the mainstream media completely ignored the gigantic number, with all those zeros on the end, of the recently deceased, and just concentrated on Boris. Oh, he looks so sad. He looks all prime ministerial now. It's a reset for Boris. Anyway, Boris wrote an open letter to Britain's parents saying essentially...
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for doing my job. He said, we'd done everything we could. Everything we could have done as the death number went over 100,000. Just about the worst on earth. Seriously, if that's you doing everything you could, maybe you should start doing less. I mean, it's worth a shot, isn't it? Maybe put your feet up and relax, Boris. Let things just take shape without your input for a while. Let's see what happens. In the open letter he wrote, I'm particularly in awe of the way parents, carers and guardians of children have risen to the unique challenges with which you have been faced. Right. Well, they didn't have any choice, did they? In awe. Well, you've got cameras on the inside of people's houses just seeing how they've risen to the task. In awe. Please, they're just being parents. He insisted the government is doing everything we can to support you, with laptops being sent to schools. But in such small numbers that a campaign had to be started by a newspaper to increase the amount sent out. I mean, it was something like, off the top of my head, it was something like 1.8 million children were in want of a laptop, and they sent out 800,000 or so. Really? Is that doing the best you can? The government of the fifth richest country on earth can only stump up enough cash for 800,000 laptops when 1.8 million are required. Is that you doing your very best? And he crowed about the extension to free school meals. What a nerve! He only provided them after being shamed into it by a professional footballer. God, it's a mixed-up, muddled-up, shook-up world, all right, when a Premier League footballer is the voice of charity and concern, and the actual Prime Minister is just trundling along behind him in shame, practising his sad face. Boris wrote, and when this is all over, we're going to be putting hundreds of millions of pounds into a nationwide catch-up programme so nobody gets left behind. And would you like to guess which Tory donor will be the lucky recipient of the contract to supply those catch-up programmes? Place your bets. And he signed off, in the meantime, I want you to know that you are doing a great job. Well, we'd love to say the same, but, it's you. How would you rate your performance, Bozo?
I can't comment on that.
Let's have a first call in Poplar. Hello, Adam.
Hi, good evening. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Could I humbly suggest my little roadmap to get out of this?
Yes.
Yeah, basically, obviously, the current incumbent of Downing Street needs to be taken away because he's damaging the country at a rate of knots. And I think now, because it's virtually a wartime situation, we should have a wartime government. It's the government of everybody.
Everybody?
Political party.
Oh, you mean a government of all the talents?
Yeah, people who actually know what they're doing as opposed to people who just flounder about.
Right, well, that seems like a revolutionary concept. People who actually know what they're doing.
Yeah,
I don't know. That's right. Where did you get
control,
that crazy idea from, Adam?
Yeah, well, I don't know. Maybe it's logic. Has anybody heard of
Logic. Right. Well,
can I just name my star players?
Yeah, okay then. Okay, this is like your team of teams.
Let me be the first to congratulate Priti Patel on being the next Prime Minister. Anyway, that's another issue. But Priti Patel, I'd have Alan Sugar, I'd have Ian Duncan Smith, believe it or not.
But this is your star team. Wait a minute. Hang on. This is your star team you're naming.
Yeah, listen, these people are actually good in their field. I'd actually...
This is a comedy call. Priti Patel was your first name?
Yeah, she wants to get the job done, but she's got her hands tied. She's surrounded by idiots.
She's got her hands tied. What is it that you would expect her to be doing if her hands were untied?
And get hold of that handbag, the one with the brick in, and just start hitting people over the head with it, Get things done. Simple as that. That's what we need. We're thinking.
Get things done.
Little virus.
Give people concussion is not getting things done.
No, you have to. Concussion is too gentle. You have to hit them a little bit harder. But people like Alan Sugar. Why can't we have business people?
What, the bloke off the telly?
Yeah, I know. But at the end of the day, he's actually a businessman, self-made man. Somebody who actually knows something about the real world.
But yes, you don't want business people running countries because we've done that already. And how did it work out?
A president. Can you believe it?
But that's another country. It's not England, is it? Be fair. You know,
it's another country, but it's where we follow close after. Don't even mention his name in relation to.
You did.
No, I didn't. You did.
Anyway, no, I asked for a businessman who was successful, and the other person that I was sitting around the table, believe it or believe it not, and for me personally, I find him as antichrist. But this is difficult times. I'd have Mr. Blair back.
Yeah, I knew you were going to say that. Tony Blair. Yeah, well, he has said some sensible things every now and again. Right. It's just that it comes out of his mouth, and all people can hear whenever he hoves into view is the sound of cheering. No! Yeah, more or less. Well, this call started out pretty sensible, Adam, but then it went downhill really rapidly. About the time that you said the name pretty. After that, you lost me. A cabinet of many talents, yes, just not the ones that you mentioned. Better luck next time. These are some tweets and comments and emails and such from last night. Steve tweet, this is all in capital letters, by the way, like he's shouting at me. He says, yay, wow, great start. Groovy. Yay, wow, wonderful news. Yet another, and this has so many exclamation marks. How many exclamation marks has it got? Like all of them, I think. All of them. If you can't find any exclamation marks where you are, it's because this bloke has peppered his tweet with them. Like he's loaded up a blunderbuss and just fired with exclamation marks and just fired it at the screen. Yay! Wow! It gets worse. He says, wonderful news, yet another new fake vaccine for the fake virus. Isn't our technology fantastic? Those, quotes, geneticist, virologist boffins are really excelling themselves to make big cash for Big Pharma. Bravo! With just too many vowels. Flipping marvellous, he says. The surprising thing about that is that every single word in there, many of which are quite difficult, was spelt correctly. Can you believe that?
No.
SEMA texts, ordering more than we need is just downright selfish. Would not surprise me if we were hoarding with a view to reselling with a price markup. Yeah, Boris Johnson's going to have for the vials sewn into the inside of his coat and he'll be like...
Want to score some pot?
Or whatever. We've got everything. It's like a supermarket inside his coat. Cardiff, hello Andy.
Hello, how are you?
Good, thanks.
Well, I wasn't expecting that. Sorry, you came out of nowhere there. I've been on hold for 10 minutes.
Do you want me to put you back on hold?
No chance.
Okay.
How are you?
Good, thanks. There we are. Again. I'm still good since the last time you asked me.
Sorry, I'm a little bit shocked I'm on air. Can't believe it.
I know, it's frightening, isn't it?
It is, it's nervous. Well, I am.
Imagine how I feel.
I know.
Anyway,
where do we go from here? It's like I have an opinion on many things. Economically speaking, I want to keep the country open.
You want to keep the country open?
Yeah, only from economically speaking, yeah. Right.
What do you mean by open?
Like, I want people to come back out of lockdown. I need people to come out of lockdown. I need people to spend their money, right? However...
But why do you need it?
The same as the rest of the economical country needs it. Small as non-essential businesses need it.
Right, but do you run a small non-essential business?
No, I run a small business that's been lucky enough to be classed as essential.
Right. What is it, just out of interest?
We've done this before. We've had this chat before. It's a tyre company.
A tyre company? Right. Yeah. Okay. You do tyres?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. How's the tyre business going, by the way?
Bad. Very bad.
Bad?
Yes.
Why so?
Because if we don't have a morning school run, which is the kids' schools, we don't have an afternoon school run.
Yeah. Parents can't curb their wheels and ruin their tyres when they're trying to park up outside the school, and then they're not going down your place anymore.
You said that, not me. You said that,
true.
Not me. But yeah, you've hit the nail on the head. But that's just a percentage, okay? We, massive number of call centres are, these people have had laptops handed to them in March last year. and a phone, okay?
Yeah, I'm sick to death of talking to people sitting around their kitchen table, working from home. You know, you call up, I know I've mentioned this at length before, but it's just so aggravating. You'll call up some institution, and first of all, they'll warn you that the wait time is longer than usual because of COVID. Why? Why is it longer than usual? Because of a virus that has no bearing on you answering a blooming phone. Just answer the phone, that's all.
I agree, because that's the same reason they gave you a laptop and a phone to go home with.
Yeah.
So that we didn't end up with these.
Precisely. Correct, Amundo.
We did not end up with monitoring a piece or a little piece of...
And then they're sitting around their kitchen table, and because they're at home, they're not in work mode. They're in relaxing mode. They're probably still sitting in their pyjamas, and they're staring at their kitchen clock, mesmerised by the ticking of the second hand. And they're like, hello, you've reached Megabank. How can I help you? They're just away with the fairies.
I so agree with you, but you're so right on so many levels, but... you understand what I'm saying? I'm saying, like, I miss these people. I miss Mrs. Murphy, who was dropping 2 kids off to school on Monday morning. Okay? I miss her. All right?
Yeah, I miss all of that. Yes, I miss what used to be called ordinary life, normal life. I miss that too. I mean, there's so much that's missing from our lives. And you know what? It's okay at the moment because it's January. It's about to be February. Isn't it charging ahead at great speed? But February and even March.
February is a 4-week month from a business perspective, right? It's a 4-week month.
Yeah,
right?
but it's also
usually a 5-week.
I know that, but it's also the month where it's.
That's a naughty month.
Listen to me.
February.
It's the month that you don't mind being in, but come the spring. And when the flora and the fauna start peeking its head above the parapet, then we're going to really start chafing at the bit. No doubt about that.
Can I just ask you this?
Yes.
Have you noticed in the BBC daily reports and whatever a couple of weeks ago, we stopped talking about dates, right? So it wasn't the 15th of August or the 15th of December. It suddenly became seasons. Right? So when the vaccine is out, right? No, am I right or wrong? So when the vaccine comes out, it's not going to be, we'll start seeing positive in autumn.
Right.
We'll start seeing positive in summer.
Yeah,
so we
very, very
start talking
vague.
about dates and move to seasons.
Right.
Am I right or wrong?
Well, it depends which season, which year they're talking about. I mean, they may have said autumn, but they didn't specify which year, did they?
That's true.
That is true, yeah.
No, good point.
Right. Okay, good talking to you, Andy. Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. This is another one from last night. Tony texts, Mr. Abbott, why do you hate your country so much? These phony patriots, they're just comical. I disagree with you on one issue, which means that I have to leave the country. How about you leave the country, Tony? Send us a postcard. Why do you hate your country so much? Not once do you take Britain's side on any issue. No, you mean I disagree with you, Tony. You do not speak for Britain. I mean, no doubt you are an ardent Brexiter. That's not Britain's side, that's your side. The difference between me and you is that I want what's best for the country. You, Tony, want what you think is best for you personally. Alex Martin says, how many people in the UK died today? And each day for the last few weeks. Yet you seem to advocate to give our vaccine to Europe. We should not underwrite their dilly-dallying. Right. But what about their shilly-shallying? You know, this what do they call it? I can't remember what the phrase is. This sort of nationalism is the kind of thing that turns around and bites you on the bottom. I mean, okay, we seem to be ahead in this particular race now, but can you imagine a scenario in which another thing comes along? As we've been told by experts, we are, going to be assailed with this kind of thing for decades, probably. and we are not so quick out of the trap on this particular issue. And we were dependent on Europe, and they might say, well, do you remember the last time around when we were in want and you had more than you needed, and you remember how you acted then? Craig says, what did the journalist say to Donald Trump for him to say, don't speak to the president like that? I can't remember. It was, maybe he referred to him as a bright orange candy floss cloud of crazy.
Don't talk to me that way. Don't talk to... I'm the president of the United States. Don't ever talk to the president that way.
Yeah, it's probably something like that. Let's have a call in East Yorkshire. Mike.
Hi, Nick.
Mike.
Yeah, I was looking to talk about coal, Nick, because...
looking to talk about what?
Coal.
About what?
C-O-A-L, coal.
Coal, right.
Because honest Bob Jenrick has approved the first deep coal mine for 30 years.
What?
And he's approved the opening or the planning permission for the first deep coal mine for 30 years in the year that we are hosting the climate change conference in Glasgow.
What does he want to do that for?
Well, he gave two reasons for it. And the first reason was that we aren't going to burn the coal, we're going to sell it, we're going to export it. Like, it makes a difference who burns it.
Yeah.
And the second reason, which annoyed me even more, was he said, I didn't want to interfere because I believe in devolved government, and I think such things should be decided locally.
Right.
After he decided, or he's going to change the law, so that removing statues becomes a planning thing, and he has a veto over it.
Right. The government's this is the story. The government's climate change advisors have rapped ministers for allowing a new coal mine in Cumbria. What for? This country doesn't get much of its energy from coal anymore. We're all about renewables now. We get more power from renewables than we do from fossil fuels. Wind, in particular.
I know a lot about wind.
He's an expert. They say the site will increase global emissions and compromise the UK's legally binding carbon budgets. But because if you're right and they're planning to sell it abroad, then our closed borders will prevent any of the pollution from straying this way.
I mean, these people just want it both ways. It's unbelievable, Nick.
I think that this... I know I keep saying this, but the government, even despite... recent events, the government is still led by the tenet, what would Donald Trump do? What would Donald Trump do in this circumstance? He would practically insist that they open a new coal mine. It's going to be clean coal. It'll be fat. Nobody ever saw such clean coal, believe me.
Yeah, whilst your first caller had got a lot of faults, pretty to tell putting a brick in a handbag and hitting Robert Jenrick would be definitely approved by me.
Right, well, I'd actually pay for a ringside seat. All right, thanks for the bad news, Mike.
Cheers.
Keep your eyes peeled. 0345 6060 973. Bill in Bournemouth, the text. Nick, it's tickling the ivories or tinkling on the piano. Easy mistake. Well... I think if you walk into a concert hall and tinkle on the piano, that would be a mistake.
Disgusting.
That would be a big mistake, huge. Not very good for the instrument. Tom in Kendal says, the new coal mine is just up the road from me and nobody here wants it. Of course you don't. Who wants a coal mine? Who wants to work in one apart from anything else? This is nuts. What do you want to do that for? I thought we were supposed to be about clean fuel now. Wind and waves and nuclear. Well, I suppose it's clean-ish until you have to, take it apart and bury it for 1 million years. That is alarming. Enfield, hello, Kate.
Hello.
Kate.
I always enjoy your show.
Thanks.
And I'm going to miss hearing you discussing what's going on with Donald Trump. That is going to be one of the downsides of him leaving.
Well, I don't think he's going anywhere. I think he'll stick around.
Yeah, he'll make a resurgence of some sort. Well, probably when he's had a bit of time to kind of calm down and let his lawsuits, kind of get sorted out.
That's going to be entertaining because the lawsuits are going to go on forever. I mean, the first one is when the Republicans pretend that they didn't see anything. Coup? What coup? Armed insurgents? No, we didn't see anything like that. Cowering in the face of an armed mob? No, not here. So they'll pretend that didn't happen and give them a pass.
It's been interesting seeing how people's views have already begun to change. Just in the time since Biden's taken over, there's already been a sort of shift in Republicans who were sort of previously condoning what happened, and now somehow they seem to have changed their mind about what happened.
I don't think they have. I think they have condoned what happened. The Republicans seem to be all on board with it. They're not going to convict Donald Trump of the thing that he is obviously guilty of, and they're going to give him a part. In fact, the Republican Party seems to have got even worse. I was talking about this Marjorie Taylor QAnon person that's just been elected in Georgia into Congress. I mean, they're not getting better, they're actually getting worse.
I suppose it's almost like all the people who've come out of the woodwork who were kind of behind Trump, and he was just sort of the face of the party. Yeah. And now we're just seeing all the people who were kind of like, pulling the strings. Now they're having their say. I think what they're frightened of is losing the dingalings, because there's just so many dingalings. I mean, Donald Trump got 70-odd million dingalings to vote for him. And that's what they're frightened of losing. So they either go back to what they used to be, which was a party that was, just concerned with tax cuts for millionaires, or they really embrace that whole QAnon conspiracy nutcasery and placate the dingalings who voted for Donald Trump, and that's where they're going. I think the problem is that there were just so many people who supported him, people who, were intelligent people who, worked in schools and worked in businesses, and it's just so divided. I mean, I've got a few friends who live in America, and it's like watching the divide between people, the kind of almost hatred that they have for one another just because they vote for a certain party. It's like we don't have it to that extent here. Well, not yet. Well, we do a bit. We do a bit. I think we actually do Brexit, a bit. We did. Yeah. With Brexit, we did. But in terms of when there's a general election, people are not sort of actually kind of screaming at each other like, "Oh, you vote." There's a degree of sort of Labour Tory, but not to the extent we saw in America. I mean, most people are reluctant to even go out and vote. Yeah, we're not actually taking up arms and shooting each other yet. But there's time. Let's hope that we're not going down that road. There's time. Oh gosh, you're making this year sound even better. The future's looking bright. Every day in every way, it just keeps getting better and better, doesn't it? Oh yeah, definitely. 2021's proved to be pretty fantastic so far. Yeah. Yep. Here comes the new year, same as the old year. Yeah, or potentially. Well, I don't think it could be worse. I mean, 2020 was pretty awful. It really did. It just got worse and worse. And then just as you thought it couldn't get any worse, it was just Christmas was over and we just I think it could easily get worse. In fact, I think that so far... don't say that. I'm sorry, but so far I think we've got off lightly. I mean, we have crashed this country into a brick wall to try to protect us from something that affects almost no one at all negatively who catch it. I mean, it's like 1% death rate, something like that. If it was MERS or SARS, it could easily have been something like that. It would have been 30%. Imagine what this country would look like then. So you don't think we're going to learn from our mistakes? You don't think that we're suddenly going to realise that actually history teaches us something and that we should probably look ahead to the future and future pandemics and actually try to fix some of the issues that we're struggling with now, like underfunding the NHS, not having enough doctors being trained or nurses being trained, not paying people enough. Right, oh, gosh, you're answering your own question here. I know. Yeah. I'm not really making. You're bringing me down. Sorry about that. Well, look, on the upside, hopefully, we're going to be able to go out for a meal for Easter. At Easter? No, I don't think so. When's Easter this year? Oh, is it March or April? You said April. I don't know. No, I don't think April. Not even April. I think it's May. Oh, really? May or later. Yeah, something like that. Gosh. But that's I still can't get used to the fact that you actually just can't go. It's like you can't go to a restaurant. It's such a strange concept. It's wow.
You can't go to a restaurant. You can't go to have a bun in a cafe, and you can't just walk into a store and mooch about a bit and see what they've got. You can't blooming well do anything. You can't go to the gym.
It's so strange. It's just like surreal. It's like a time warp, isn't it? It really is. It's like this time round, it's actually worse as well because it's sort of like grey and miserable, and you just sort of already feel a bit low in January. So now it's like, well, this is what, what should we do today?
Yeah, nothing.
Ooh, I don't know.
Nothing.
What about tomorrow? Nothing. It's like you call people. It's like, oh, how are things? Oh, they're all right.
I'll tell you what, Kate.
What have you been up to?
I'm going to pencil in nothing for next week as well. How does that sound?
Sounds good.
All right. Thanks a lot. Cheers, my dear. Cactus Jack tweets, I'm sure this was from last night. I've got deja vu. It says, Nick, at least we know that it's fine to travel to Scotland as long as you have your photo taken when you get there. Yeah, as long as you have your photo taken pretending to do science. I'm sorry to break the news to you, Boris, but donning a lab coat does not make you look smarter.
I think he's betraying a quite stupefying ignorance.
Yeah, this says, never mind Boris travelling 7 miles from home. He travelled 400 to come to Glasgow last week. I don't think we invited him, and he was reported to Police Scotland by a number of my fellow citizens for breaking the travel restrictions. Guilty! What did you do it for? They hate you there, Boris. Your presence is not going to make them like you more. Believe me. Simon in Windsor says, I realise you're very negative at the moment about the virus, but there is some good news this week. As a result of COVID-19, they've decided to cancel Britain's Got Talent this year. Have they? Have they? I realise we have to get back to normal, but the thought of BGT being cancelled forever makes me feel that I don't want a vaccine. I've seen that show. Britain's not got any talent. I can't believe it's still going. I suppose it's just the same old ideas. They just go around and around and around, and we get tired of it, of whatever it is, and then it takes a hiatus, and after about 5-10 years, it comes back in another form. Is there a generation game at the moment? I bet there is. I bet there's something on TV Saturday night that's like a generation game. I bet my glamorous assistant knows. Is it like a
It was Mel and Sue last time it was on.
Mel and Sue?
Yeah.
Right. What, the actual generation game?
The presenters, I think they did one, yeah. Yeah, right. Mel and Sue.
Well, which one did the twirl? Don't tell me. Brighton. Hello, John.
Hi there.
John.
Hi there. I mean...
Hello there.
This vaccine thing, where we've got all the vaccine, I mean, it's a great result for Brexit, isn't it?
Is it?
We've got in there, we've done the deals.
Yeah.
We're sticking it to the EU.
Are we?
Yeah.
In what way?
We've got all the vaccine, and it's like we're fast and nimble in the boxing ring, and we're whacking them left and right, and that's what it's all about, isn't it?
No, it really isn't about anything that you just said at all.
No?
No.
Well, but it's a good thing. We've done the deals, we've got all the vaccine. Isn't that what it's all about?
No.
No? That's what life's all about, isn't it?
God, no.
Fighting your way to the top, getting in there, fighting your way on the tube train, fighting your way up to the top in the job.
John, please don't drag me into your furious crimson world. I think maybe the coast air is affecting his brain. What are you talking about? This says, I'd go with Piers Morgan as the next Prime Minister, but I'm happy with Boris for now. Piers Morgan? Yeah, it's a no from me. I mean, entertaining. What's amazing is that barely a day goes by that he is not trending in some way. Like on Twitter, I mean, there's nothing trendy about it. I'm not saying he's trendy. I'm saying he's trending. Which, being just excise being from that sentence, just trending makes money. Of course it does. But somehow he just manages to do it every single day. It's probably an excellent PR machine behind him. I bet they're very well funded. Cutting up those little videos and sticking them up Twitter. Archie says Boris is acting like Basil Fawlty, but not as funny. Yes. I think he's more like the Major. Less Basil, more the Major. Yeah, he is the Major, isn't he? Oldbury, Ranjit.
Hi, Nick, you okay?
Yes, good, thanks.
Yeah, you know Boris and his lab coats and his high-vis jackets. What does he do with them after he's been to the place? Because he has a different one every time he gets there, doesn't he?
Oh, yes.
Pretending like he's the new whiz kid on the block.
Yeah.
You know? Is he going to do a car boot sale like when he's finished?
I mean, in this period of enormous national peril, it does say a lot that that's his first port of call is to fashion some sort of amusing photo op.
Yeah. He's a bimbo, isn't he? He's a male bimbo.
He's a what?
A male bimbo.
Oh, a male bimbo.
Yeah.
A male bimbo.
Yeah. Wait.
Yeah, like a himbo.
Yeah, like a himbo, then that's it. Okay, we've invented that. Because you think to yourself, he's a clown, right? But why don't they supply him with one high-vis jacket that he can wear to everywhere, like a government-backed one?
Right, and then we'd always see him coming. Like a scarper as soon as he hoves into view.
I mean, are you old enough to remember the milk advert that used to be called There's a Humphrey about?
Vaguely. Who was Humphrey?
I think it was like a hippopotamus when they used to advertise the milk.
They used to advertise milk with a hippopotamus?
Yeah, I think it was like he used to come and drink. I was only a lad then, but you'll have to research it.
No, I won't.
Right?
I won't have to do anything of the sort. I don't want to, and you can't make me.
Okay. Anyway, regarding the...
No, let's go back to the hippopotamus. So they used to sell milk with a hippopotamus. What was the hippopotamus doing?
I think he used to come with his straw and he used to drink all your milk out your bottle.
I thought it was always a robin. You leave your milk on the doorstep, and a robin would come along and peck the top off and drink a little bit of it, which meant that. Well, I was going to say you couldn't drink any of it yourself, but we went ahead and did it anyway. Probably at great danger to the human race. God knows what we might have caught from those diseased birds.
Yeah. Regarding your vaccine in Europe, I'm going to be a bit selfish, and I'm going to say lack of planning on their behalf is not an emergency on ours, right?
Well, it depends on whether we want to do business with people in Europe. Well, more than that, we want to do business with people in the rest of the world, because at some point in the future, we want to invite people back. I mean, there's so much money gets made with tourists, apart from anything else, and the business persons coming through Heathrow. There's more people who come through Heathrow every year than live here. So it's vitally important that we open all that back up, because otherwise we're going to be trundling along in the slow lane forever. And when that happens, if they're not vaccinated, then they're going to be bringing in things that we don't have immunity for. So getting the rest of the world up to speed is vitally important to us if we want to trade with the rest of the world.
Nick, people have very small memories and they soon forget because they don't have any moral fibre, right? So, it's like now all this Brexit. They made it so hard for us. It's crippling the country still even further now.
Who's they? And they made it so hard. Who's they?
Look, I'm going to probably say the Europeans, and Boris Johnson is their captain.
So Boris Johnson, in cahoots with the Europeans, has made Brexit hard for us. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, yes. Because it was his ego, right? It was his ego that has screwed the whole country up.
All right, so you're not saying that they were in cahoots. You're saying that independently of each other, they've done us down. They've done us down, right? And people will soon forget, right? And they'll still vote those himbo type people back in, right? Because I'll tell you, like, you know what? If you give me £20 today, I won't.
Right, and I can't make you. I know that story about you.
Yeah, I will not. I won't give you £20. I won't give you 20 pence. You get nothing from me. Not one single solitary penny. Go on.
So if I get £20 off you today, in about 6 months, come to you and say, "Hiya, Nick, how are you? I ain't seen you for ages,
Yes.
mate. Here's a tenner, go and buy yourself a pint." Oh, Ranjit's a good guy, isn't he? Oh, Ranjit, you are brilliant.
Yeah.
That is the...
That is a good idea, though, Ranjit. I'm fully on board with that. If you send me the £10 first, I'll give you the £20 later. How does that sound? Think about it. In Winchester says, talking about programmes coming back, I saw an advert on the television for a new programme called How. How? It's the same as the old one about 50 years ago, presented by Jack Hargreaves. Remember it? 50 years? Oh, my God. Something happened 50 years ago that I am aware of, that I actually watched. That's impossible. How is that? How is that possible? 50 years? That's a lifetime. Yeah, I do remember How. I don't remember Jack Hargreaves, though. There was another fellow that used to do it. Oh, if I can pull that name out of the air, I'll impress myself. I can picture him. He looked very much like one of those Open University lecturers. Boring! Yes, quite boring looking, but it was a good show. It was about how things work, you know. I can't imagine that kids would be interested in that now. What with their laser death toys and, their video games and all of that business. Plus, nothing is surprising or mysterious anymore. You want to know how something works, just look it up. Let's have a call in Kingston. Kate, did I just talk to you?
No, I've been waiting.
Yes, Kate.
Hi, Nick. Love your show,
Thanks.
by the way. Yes, I just wanted to officially complain about the fact that I have done my big news this week, is that I have done humanly everything in my power to get hold of a McDonald's cheeseburger.
Right.
And
you and Boris Johnson have done everything in your power to affect different ends.
Yes. And I'm in McDonald's withdrawal.
Yeah.
And they are denying me my McDonald's.
What do you mean?
They won't deliver to me because I'm 100 yards outside of the delivery zone. I went to the store to order it and pick it up myself. Mm-hmm. I was allowed into the McDonald's.
Yes.
I was allowed to stand in the McDonald's next to all the delivery drivers, the Ubers and the Just Eats.
Right.
I was allowed to stand next to them and watch them picking up their orders.
Yes.
But I wasn't allowed to place my own order with McDonald's for a cheeseburger. And then I said, okay, can I ask a delivery driver to place an order for me? And the delivery driver said, no, you can only do that online. But because you live outside, 100 yards outside of the delivery zone, it won't let you place the order. So I just stood there watching burgers come and go, standing there.
Forlorn, hungry,
unable to get my little hands on a cheeseburger.
How about this as a workaround? You go online, because they don't know where you live if you do it online. Can't you say, I'll meet you at the corner?
Well, you have to... That's a thought, actually. I could put in a completely false address.
Yeah.
That's within the delivery zone.
Exactly. And then
I would have to go and stand there.
Well, yes, you would, yeah. But it would only take half an hour, though, wouldn't it?
In the wind and the rain
well,
and the
that
cold.
is
That might be
correct.
the most exciting thing that happened to me this week.
Right.
If I did that.
Like the velvet...
And I could count it as exercise.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, like the Velvet Underground song, you'd be waiting for your man.
Rock and roll!
Yeah, just standing there in the cold and the rain. Just do a deal and go and wait outside somebody's house.
I'll do that. I'll lurk outside somebody's house.
Yes. Lurch there and then lurk and lurch back again.
Yes, and then I'll write it in my diary as my daily exercise.
Yeah, it'll probably be the most exciting thing that happens to you this year.
It probably will.
And as soon as anything occurs in that regard, I want you to let me know straight away, all right?
I will do, Nick.
Just as long as you don't mention any brand names.
Oh, okay.
Right, thanks a lot, Kate. 0345 6060 973. I think we may have slipped up there. Oh, well, never mind. Paul texts, Nick, I don't like my country and I would move, but they have taken away my freedom of movement, so I can't. Oh, well. Never mind. Angie Mack talking of Mac, Angie Mack says, have you sorted out your broadband in your new home yet? Well, let me think about that. No, I have not. No, but I do know about hotspots now. I got a hotspot on my dongle.
Disgusting.
Zora Sullivan told me how to do that. I can't believe that is technology that I have got this far in my life unaware of. I had it on my phone. Who knew? Who knew such a thing was even possible? And I've been chewing through my data like nobody's business. And they said that it's going to be live next Thursday. Am I believing that?
No.
No, because they said 3 weeks ago that it was going to be live. It will be a month after moving in, maintaining a contract with the same company from one house to the next, that they said, no, don't worry about a thing. We will switch you on the very day you arrive at your new place. No problem, we have this completely under control. Of course they didn't. And of course they have said, well, it's nothing to do with us. You'll have to blame the evil company that owns the wires up your street. Rubbish. They were giving me 30 megabits a second, which is plenty. I mean, it did go down to 0.5 megabits a second, which was still okay for what I use it for, which is just basically reading the news. It was just fine. Just leave it alone. But they took one look at it and thought, well, 30 megabits a second isn't 60, which is what we promised you, so instead of improving it a little, we'll just turn it off. They actually did that. They said, well, we've tried, so we're going to take it away from you now, because nothing is better than something. That was their thinking. And so I've spent the last couple of weeks... well, at first, until Zora told me how to do it, I was just in a mad panic, because how the hell am I going to do this important, highly informative radio show without access to the internet? I mean, I'm not going to start reading books, am I?
Boring!
So, and going and buying a newspaper is out of the question. So, yeah, so fortunately I do actually have, I can squirt the internet up my computer from my mobile phone. But as I say, I'm running out of my allotted, what do they call it? Data. My allotted data very, very quickly indeed.
Affirmative.
So next Thursday is what they said. Next Thursday, they said. You trust us, don't you?
No.
No, not really. No, I don't. No, I don't. You know, I listened to this program last night. I ordinarily don't listen to this program at all because I did hear the host once say that nobody should listen to this show, and I took him at his word. So I never listened to this program. But I did catch it just in passing last night, and I heard me say that there was going to be a lot of snow. A lot of snow, I said. Liar! Yes, that was completely incorrect in every respect. And so because I heard me say that there was going to be a lot of snow, I parked my car at the very bottom of the hill that I live on. And then, because my car is absolutely rubbish, even if it's just slightly wet, the road, it skids about all over the place. Absolutely awful. And so I thought there's no way that if it snows, even lightly, I'm going to be able to get down from the top of this hill in one piece. So I'll park it at the very bottom of the hill and then yomp up in the middle of the night, freezing bloomin' cold, in the dark. But you know me, I never complain.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
And come to find out that it did not snow a lot. They said deep, deep snow. There's going to be snow here, there and everywhere, baby. There's going to be more snow than backstage at an Oasis concert. And there wasn't any. At all. But I'm not one to complain.
Stop whining.
0345 6060 973. Derek texts Fred Dinage. That's him, Fred Dinage. God, I would have been so impressed with myself if I pulled that name out of the air. Fred Dinage was a presenter on the original How. Today he still reads the news on ITV Meridian. You're kidding me. What? Fred Dinage was old when I saw How 50 years ago. This information just coming in. He's 78. 78 years old, Fred Dinage. Excellent work, Fred. You have my full support. How does he do it? How? Eastbourne. Hello, Ange.
Oh, hi, Nick.
Ange.
Hi. So, we want our lives back.
God, don't we ever?
We do, and I think that the quickest way of that happening is if we just sensibly use the vaccine the way we're doing it in our country, the older people first, then the next vulnerable, etc. But that has to then happen everywhere, because otherwise we're all locked in anyway.
Yes.
We're a global world. So there's no point in certain people having loads of vaccines. Just keep vaccinating people who aren't going anywhere.
Because I don't know anything about virology or epidemiology. I barely know how to say or spell them. But it seems obvious to me that if we vaccinate the entire population and then open our borders to people who have not been vaccinated, to people who come from countries that haven't had as many vaccinations as we have, they're going to bring in something exotic, some new variant that's going to render our immunity moot.
Yeah. But also, we won't want to go places if they haven't got it under control.
Well, that's true, yeah.
As well.
You can kiss your holiday.
It's interconnected.
Yeah, everything is connected, baby. You can kiss your holidays goodbye.
It is. And these vaccines, from what I've seen, they only last 3 to 4 months, and you've got to use them because they've got quite short expiry dates, these vaccines. So we can hardly stockpile them.
What, they've got a best before date?
Oh, yeah, definitely. 3 or 4 months, that's all.
Is it like jam, that it doesn't really matter if you go past the best before date? Or mustard?
Well, maybe that's when we'll pass it on, you know.
I mean, how many times have you reached in the back of your cupboard and you've got Marmite or mustard, and it's about 3 years past its sell-by date, and you think, well, it'll be all right?
Most things are. Most things are, but, you know.
I'm not sure that's true, actually.
Well...
Don't take advice on what to eat after its best before date from either me or Ange. Neither of us have any idea what we're talking about. Isn't that right, Ange? Yes.
I've eaten a very old Christmas pudding.
Oh, well, that's okay. Christmas pudding lasts forever,
yeah. 8 years old.
Yeah, you could probably use many Christmas puddings to build a nuclear fallout shelter, and you'd probably be safe in there.
I saw a programme once about what would happen if human beings were suddenly not there on Earth, and what happened to all the animals and everything. And Mr. Kipling cakes were there for years and years, beyond anything else.
Right. But no animal would want to eat them, though, would they? I mean, it does not provide a basic part
nutritious.
of any animal's
they were still
diet.
there when everything else was gone.
Right, that makes sense. Yeah. Okay, thanks a lot, Ange. I think that we know pretty much what would happen if we were gone, because we went through this last summer. Nature took over really quickly. And when we came back out again, nature was like, yeah, well, it's them. Those lumbering fat lumps of lard are back. Rude.
Be polite.
Animals are very rude. Yeah, we know what would happen. Ivy would take over almost immediately. It would grow up everything. And foxes would become much more bold, because at the moment they dart across roads. How they know how to do that, I don't know. I mean, I guess it's natural selection. The ones that did not know how to dart across a road, they're not around anymore. They're not around. They're flat. The ones that are scared of cars, they're the ones that have survived. So I suppose that's the reason why. But yeah, those little furry tree rats, they'd be all over the place. I think the world is just itching to get rid of us. I think it might be doing a pretty good job of it.
Absolute tosh.
Stephen in Luton says, whatever happened to the Liberal Democrats? Well, that's a good question. Whatever happened to the Liberal Democrats? I bet you don't even know who the leader of the Liberal Democrats is anymore. I'm going to ask my glamorous assistant. Hey, who's the leader of the Liberal Democrats? Anybody? Anybody at all? No names? No. Shaking his head. No idea. This text says, "You are not a patriot until you have voted to do the country economic harm or stormed the seat of government." Well, that's just a fact. Swanage. Hello, Nick.
Hello, Nick.
Nick.
Hello, mate. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Nice to talk to you. I do love your show.
Oh, thanks.
You were talking, I don't know who it was, before the news, someone mentioned the Humphreys.
Yeah, the milk thing.
The milk thing, yeah. As I remember, you never actually saw a Humphrey. That was the whole point. They were these mythical creatures that supposedly came in the middle of the night and nicked milk out of your fridge. Or maybe off the doorstep or something like that. And the slogan was, watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out, there's a Humphrey about. So you had to look after your milk or a Humphrey would nick it.
Right. But how do we know, if we never saw it, that it was a hippopotamus?
Well, I don't remember that bit. I think the whole point was that you never did see them. It was like Sid in the Tell Sid advert.
Right.
You never saw him, did you? It was I don't remember ever seeing them.
But the previous caller, the person who brought this up, was very, very specific. I mean, a hippopotamus is not a thing that you can mistake. It's quite unique and special unto itself. So if he said it was a hippopotamus, but it was an invisible one, that's alarming.
Well, yes, I don't. Perhaps I don't remember what they looked like, but I always thought the whole point was that they were invisible, and that was why you had to be on your guard, because you couldn't see them and you wouldn't know they'd been there until they nicked your milk.
Well, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah, that's what I thought. And I knew about spread dining as well, but somebody got in there first.
Right. Okay, good work. Thanks a lot, Nick. By the way, before you go, are you sure that this Humphrey wasn't a secret lemonade drinker?
No, that was our wife.
That was right. Somebody else. All right.
My father used to sing that advert. He loved it.
Yeah, we all used to sing that advert, Nick. Don't tempt me. What's this? The British milk company Unigate produced a series of TV advertisements in the 1970s featuring characters called the Humphreys. The Humphreys were milk thieves whose only visible presence was a red and white striped straw with which to suck up the milk. TV personalities of the time, including, but not limited to, Barbara Windsor, Arthur Mullard. I'm sorry, that should be pronounced Arthur Mullard, and Rod Hull featured in the adverts. But the campaign is best known for the slogan, watch out, there's a Humphrey about. Well, that's the silliest thing I've ever heard. Why would anybody steal milk? I mean, it's freely available. It doesn't cost that much. I mean, robins used to steal milk, as in the bird, or it could have been tits. Disgusting. Can't they call them something else? I saw the weirdest bird. It's the second time that I've seen this bird, and I've tried to look it up. I spent ages trying to look this thing up. It's not a bird that I think is natural to this country, and I've seen it twice now, and both times it was scooting about the pavement. It wasn't on grass. It was on the pavement, and it's showing me pictures of tits now. Take that tit off my screen. Take it off right now. I mean it. Where was I? Oh yeah, this bird. Oddest little thing. It had a tiny little body, short beak, and it was sort of black with it was sort of greyish with white sort of flecks on its breast. But the unique thing about it was its legs. They were about twice as long as you would think a bird of that size would have legs. It's a very odd thing. It's like it's sort of standing on stilts. And it didn't fly much. It just sort of ran about the place. I saw one on a pavement outside the car garage that I go to. one in and that was in sort of South London, and one in Berkshire, in a shopping arcade. I've never seen and like I say, I went through. I must have spent half an hour just scrolling through websites trying to find what this bird was. I've never seen anything like it. Definitely not. Well, definitely not. Like I know what I'm talking about, but it seemed to me like it wasn't natural to this country. And both times I saw it around about this time of year. So I reckon it's just either flying through or walking through, more like, because I didn't actually see it take wing. It just sort of ran about. What on earth was it? I wish I'd taken... No, that's not it. What's that?
That's a pied wagtail.
No. Oh, it had a long tail. And I spent quite a while looking at wagtails on the internet, because that's about as close as I could get. But they didn't have legs long enough, and as the name suggests, a wagtail wags its tail a lot, and that's not what this thing was doing. But it ran about at great speed, with the benefit of its long legs. Funny little thing. I was stood there mesmerised. And because it's so small, it must have looked to other people as though I was just stood there staring at the pavement. You know, like an idiot. Let's have a call in... Have I talked to that bloke?
Yes.
I've talked to him, right. Thanks a lot, Nick. You've delighted us enough. Here is Eltham. Hello, Caroline.
Hello, Nick. How are you doing?
Good, thanks.
I think it was a bearded tit.
Does it have very, very long legs?
Yep.
Really?
Yeah, and a long tail.
Yeah.
And I had one pestering me for years, a bearded tit. Stealing my milk on a regular basis.
Mm-hmm.
So that I presume. I mean, there are various tits. You've got obviously the blue tit.
Yeah.
And,
I've got a picture. I've got a picture of a bearded tit on my screen at the moment, and there's absolutely no way that that's it. No.
Oh right. Okay. Probably something else then.
Yeah. So I think you were disseminating misinformation there.
Possibly. Right. My uncle is Fred Dinage.
Your uncle is Fred Dinage?
Yep. Absolutely.
Did he ever tell you how things
he's lovely,
work?
But he's eccentric.
Yes.
He says how to everything. Also, he didn't ever want to be referred to as Fred Dinage. He would rather be the Enraged Fiend, which was an anagram of his name.
Enraged Fiend?
Yeah.
Right. Well, he'll always be Fred Dinage to me.
Yeah, absolutely. He was constantly coming out with anagrams and that kind of thing. He said Robert Mugabe. He said Mugabe is Ibar Gum backwards. He was a very funny guy, really was.
Yeah, he seemed to be like a boffin type.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when he got his MBE in Windsor, the first thing he said is how.
Yeah. Right. I would expect so, yeah. All right,
Yeah.
well, give him my best to Caroline. Cheers, my dear. Is it a plover, says Sue? And that's a picture of a plover right there on my screen. No, no, not a plover, no. I think it's the legs thing that really got me, and it's unique to this bird. And I kept putting in on Google, grey, white chest, small beak, long legs, and it kept coming up with egrets and storks and giant birds that catch fish by wading through water. No, wasn't like that at all. It was the tiniest little thing with ridiculously long legs, like it was on stilts. Never seen anything like it in my life. Either that or I was having an hallucinogenic episode. Groovy. Yvonne says, is it a roadrunner? And there's a picture of a roadrunner on my screen right there, and that is a ratty-looking bird. What an ugly-looking thing it is. It doesn't look like that on the cartoons. Meep, meep. No, not a roadrunner. They probably don't come round these parts, do they? Not that I have any idea what I'm talking about. Barbara says, is it a turnstone? No, that is a handsome-looking bird, though. No, it's Bran. I don't like Bran. Not brown. And Val says it's an Avo set. That's a weird thing. What's its beak like that for? What does an avocet eat?
I don't know. It's weird, isn't it?
We've got no idea. What are you asking us for? Do I look like Chris Packham to you? Campbell says, if the EU is so concerned about equality of access to vaccines, it should be handing over its own supplies to Africa. Still flailing around, trying to score points. Caroline in Slough says, wow, Nick, when you were trying to get to the word nationalism, you doubled Boris. Where's that gone? You messed with my screen. Where's that gone? Oh, yeah. Wow, Nick, when you were trying to get to the word nationalism, you doubled Boris without even trying. You nailed it. What does that mean? I doubled Boris. I doubled him. Well, what does that mean, Boris?
I can't comment on that.
Blah, blah, blah. Let's have County Durham. Hello, Sean.
That bird that you seen wasn't my wife, was it?
No.
I can't understand these vaccines, right? Why? I'm 56, right?
56 years old.
Why the hell should I wait till everybody gets a second jab? Why can't I not have my jab before anybody gets a second one? Why doesn't everyone get the first jab and then start with the second jab?
And then they start going around again.
Aye. Well, I don't understand that. I mean, I don't know how long I've got to wait. Probably, I don't know how old you are, Nick, right? But I think this is. I think it's
right. You're 50-some years old. I think you've got a long wait ahead of you. A long wait. I'm serious. It might not be this year. You get your 2 jabs in.
Oh, it's got to be, man. It's got to be, man. I can't wait any longer. Like I'm busting my head off the wall as it is.
Yeah, you're busting a gut to get out.
I mean, what do they mean by vulnerable? You know, I think the NHS staff and the teachers and the young kids, they're vulnerable. I don't class a 99-year-old man and a 94-year-old woman as vulnerable, like.
Well, what do you mean?
And you know who I'm getting at?
No. Who are you getting at?
The one that just...
you mean like this?
Exactly.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Well...
Yeah. To me, they're not vulnerable. Like, they're just well off and just...
Well, it would have been... I mean,
they get people to wipe their own asses for them, like, but never mind. I mean, that's... But at the end of the day, I can't understand.
All right, you can't understand it. It's probably got something to do with science. It's science, Sean. I don't know why, but read the instructions on on your medicine. Always follow the instructions. Read the label. It says get a second jab within 2 weeks, and the government is completely ignoring that, and they're saying that we can't do that. So we're making up our own rules. And whether that's going to be a good idea or not, well, we've got absolutely no idea. Is it an oyster catcher bird? No. But that is a handsome thing. Does it catch oysters? How does it do that? Is it a long-tailed tit? No. It sort of looks like a long-tailed tit, but with legs twice as long as what that thing has got. Ah, so cute. A fluffy little thing. It's the sort of thing that you want to stick on a Christmas tree, isn't it? Nail its little feet to a Christmas tree. Prettify up the place. There's on my route in, there's still people with Christmas trees lit up in their front garden. They're just clinging on to the last vestige of, happiness. HAPPY-ness. 0345 6060 973. Let's have a call in Kent. Hello, Bernadette.
Hello.
Bernadette.
Hi. Hi, Nick. I just wanted to say that I think what that gentleman just said before, I mean, it's really, do you take an holistic approach to your country, or do you take an holistic approach globally? Really, to stamp out a global virus, you need to take an holistic approach globally, because otherwise, like the lady before said, we'll be trapped on our own island. Yeah. We'll all be well, but no one can come in and out.
and then that reverses globalism anyway. And the other thing you said about the ivy growing up and the world being just, going back to how it was because of the lumps of lard are out the way, to be pretty honest, I'm getting to the point where I think that is what's happening because, nature has its own way of dealing with problems in the end. The way you see like things grow through cracks and through concrete and through things that you wouldn't think it could get through.
Yeah.
But if humans keep going the way that they've gone, which is to sort of partition everything and to run economics so that I know we've got to go forward and, space advancement and all of that, but, there are basic things that haven't been cured. So if we are all saying we're global, then why is like a £10 ointment for a girl in Africa to stop her eyelashes blinding her not more important than send a rocket to space, So we're not really sure whether we want to be global or tribal.
Wow, that's a lot to pause and think about there, Bernadette. You've just blown my mind.
Yowza.
It's like homework. God, my brain hurts. I didn't come in here to think. You've made me think now.
Well, you made me think.
Right, oh, I see. It's my fault. Right.
Yeah.
I've been saying this for a long time, that eventually the world will just shrug us off. I mean, if we keep abusing the world and dancing on the edge, like we have done, humanity is sort of dancing on the edge of a disaster, sort of balancing and wildly flailing our arms around, trying to maintain balance, the world will, at some point, just shrug us off. Bound to.
Well, can I just leave you with this vision that I had, right, for you and your viewers?
Yeah.
I had this kind of spiritual vision where this Indian on a horse, he beckoned me down a beach, and I was walking down, and he pointed me to look, and buried in the beach, it was a bit like that scene when Planet of the Apes find the
Uh-oh,
Statue of
spoiler
Liberty.
alert.
Warning.
I knew you were going to say that.
Yeah, it was like that, and there was toilets and washing machines and bits of plastic and all this rubbish sticking out, and it was like all this debris left over, and he put his gun in the air, this North American Indian chief, he put his gun in the air, and it was like he was saying to me, so who's won now? Because he was kind of saying, this is where this has taken you, well done, sort of thing. You idiots.
Yeah, well done, everybody. Yeah, we appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, well, as soon as you get another vision, then you let us know straight away, Bernadette.
Will do.
All right, thanks a lot. 0345 6060 973. Ash texts, Fred Dinage helped the Krays write their autobiography. Is that true? That doesn't seem very likely, but, the stuff you learn on it is an education, this show, isn't it?
No.
Every now and again, almost by accident. It sometimes slips into the realm of educative. This says, Our Story is an autobiographical book by Ronnie and Reggie Kray with Fred Dinage. It was first released in 1988 by Sidgwick and Jackson. What, the very same Fred Dinage?
Yeah, he ghost wrote it.
Well, that's bizarre, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't want to ghost write Ronnie and Reggie Kray's story, in case they didn't like it. They might tell you to edit it a bit with great vengeance. Can you do as a rewrite? Caroline says, I read that. Adam says, Nick, why don't people realise that every corner of the world needs vaccinating as quickly as possible? If not, the virus will continue to mutate and become more and more resistant and deadly in those countries which haven't been able to vaccinate its population quickly. Logically, that will then spread again and land on our doorsteps. Yes, that does seem logical. We'll never be able to open ourselves up again, to open the country to be, global Britain, unless everybody gets the jab, because otherwise we'll be insisting that everybody comes here, gets stuck up a hotel for 2 weeks, so no one will come here. So it is in our interest for the rest of the world to get the vaccine. So it's not in our interests to hog it all to ourselves. And I think that is becoming, that has come into sharp focus because the government seems to be backing down and saying, oh, OK, well, let's not pick a fight with the European Union after all. Let's all work together as friends. We can be chums. Won't that be lovely? 0345 6060 973. Let me see. Surbiton. Hello, Gail.
Hello, Nick.
Gail.
Can I be educational?
Educational? Sure,
Yeah,
why not?
No, you'll laugh in a minute. Not much, but leader of the Lib Dems is Ed Davey.
Ed Davey is the right answer.
He's the MP for Kingston and Surbiton.
Right.
That's someone I know. And Chris Peckham said on Winter Watch last night, any birds that you don't know and they're brown, they're LBJs, little brown jobs.
Oh.
There you go.
I had no idea it was that kind of show. All right. Thanks a lot.
A nice link there. I want to give you a salutary tale about eating stuff out of date because I did it last weekend.
Okay.
Cleared the snow for 3 hours, came in, fancied a bit of soup, tomato soup, noticed it was possibly slightly beyond its sell-by date. I couldn't even see the sell-by date, to be honest.
Well,
you know how it goes.
Was it a can or a carton?
A can.
A can, okay.
Yeah, so I thought, okay, all sealed, not dented, fine,
yep.
checked it. But as I opened it, it was slightly fizzed, and I thought, that's probably not good.
No.
But I probably just imagined it, and I opened it quickly.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, you get it down, you taste it absolutely fine. 2 days later, I spent 5 hours in hospital.
What?
Yeah, on Tuesday, because... I don't know if I should say this, but I'm going to.
Oh, no. Here we go. We're going to get details now.
Oh, no. Well, it's just say that it has the effect on making everything that comes out of you the colour of coal.
Oh, God. That's way too much information.
I thought it was quite polite, actually.
Well, I suppose so, yeah. I mean, it could have been a lot worse. Yeah. So you actually had to go to hospital?
Yeah, it was because my GP rang me about a test for something else, and I said, "Oh, while you're there, I mentioned this," and she rang me back and said, "Gail, they're waiting for you at A&E," which was really scary.
Yeah.
And of course, I made the worst possible thing. She said, "Have you got a temperature?" And I said, "No, not now, but I did have one last week." Well, I just thought the whole SWAT team were going to be there, hosing me down and whatever, and get yourself to hospital. That was terrifying. It was really scary, sort of, you've had that incident where you sort of think, this is not good, slightly scared. And then, like, when your GP says, get yourself there because A&E are waiting for you. The whole of A&E.
Yeah, alarming. Yeah.
Yeah, terrifying.
Right, so the lesson here is don't eat the fizzy soup.
Don't eat soup past its sell-by date.
No.
Absolutely not, particularly if it's tomato colour.
All right, yeah. Right, because we know what happens to that colour when it... yeah, exactly right.
Pure acid.
Okay, all right, thanks a lot, Gail. 0345 6060 973. God, aren't we learning a lot on this show? Most of it awful. Nora suggests, is it a dunnock? No, Nora, whatever your name is. Whether it's Nora or Laura, you're wrong. Not a dunnock. No, it was grey, quite specifically grey, with white flecks on its chest, small, tiny little thing with a little beak and long legs. I mean, let's say, how long is that? Would you say
2 inches? No,
rubbish.
4 or 5 inches.
Yeah, something like that. These legs were just ridiculously long. Way longer than an ordinary bird. I've got no idea what I'm talking about, but it's not a wader exactly, because it wasn't that big. It was a tiny little thing with really ridiculously long legs. It looked comical, actually, but quite cute. No idea. And like I said, I spent about a half an hour scrolling through websites trying to find what this bird was. I looked through books. Couldn't find it. So whatever it was, maybe I've discovered a new species. Oh my God! It'll probably be the source of the new bat disease. Yeah, the new virulent disease that will sweep the world is going to be my fault. Frank in Lancashire says, good evening, Nick. You can't tell me in this day and age of modern technology that this government has not got a security agency that gathers, processes and analyses information from around the world that would pick up on an absolutely destructive nature of a virus in China. I think this government knew more than they're letting on. You think Boris is brighter than he sounds? You might think that. I couldn't possibly comment, other than to say I doubt it. Tim in West Sussex says, Nick, back in the 1980s, I worked for Radio Rentals. Radio Rentals! And the Bethnal Green shop had a phone call from a gentleman threatening to burn down the shop unless his TV was fixed. I was a young trainee manager and I was sent off to the customer with a new TV to keep him happy. That man... Wait. No, I don't think I'm going to read that. No. I'm not going to mess with them. You kidding me? No. Southampton. Hello, Simon.
Hi, Nick. You all right?
Yes, good, thanks.
Right, I've got some exciting information for you.
Yes.
I'm going to tell you when you will get your vaccine.
A what? How do you know that?
Because I've got a calculator on the... there's a website called Omni Calculator. And if you put in a few different details...
Right.
It tells you, it gives you your result. Now, the thing is, I'm not going to say that this is accurate, but when I did this first, after they announced the Pfizer vaccine, I was looking, for me personally, I was looking at a wait of almost 2 years. And now that things have progressed the way they have,
yeah,
I'm looking at May.
Which year?
This year.
This year?
And they reckon that every person in the UK, based on a uptake of 70%, will be vaccinated by August.
Right.
So look, let me ask you some questions. I'll tell you when you're going to get yours.
Right then. What's my favourite colour? Green.
Yeah. How old are you?
60... I have to look at the year to figure that out. 60. That doesn't
60.
sound real. How can I be 60 years old? That's ridiculous. Nobody's 60 years old. That's ancient. How can I be 60?
Well, there you go. Yeah, time goes on. You're not a care home resident or worker.
No.
You're not pregnant.
Well,
you're not. You're not a health worker, and you're not an unpaid carer.
No.
Were you asked to shield yourself during lockdown?
Were I what now?
Were you asked to shield during a lockdown?
Isn't everybody?
Well, you're not on the shielding list, are you?
No.
Okay. Do you have any underlying health conditions?
No.
Right. So, based on your profile, you're in priority group 7.
Oh,
there are 12,838,844 people in front of you.
Ahead of me in the queue.
In the queue, yeah. And the good news is that this will improve because obviously there's more vaccines coming on available. But as of today, given a vaccination rate of 2 million or 2.5 million a week, and an uptake of 70.6%,
yes,
you will get your first dose of vaccine on the 11th of April, and your second dose on the 4th of July.
I don't believe a word of it.
Like I said, I can't tell you it's all true, but if it gives people hope out there, it's called Omni Calculator. You can just type in omnicalculator.com or just search for vaccine calculator, and type in a couple of things, and
Bob's your
it will
uncle.
calculate it. Yeah, so if it makes you feel happier, it doesn't. It certainly makes me feel a bit happier.
It doesn't make me feel happier at all, but thanks for asking.
Okay, no problem. Cheers then, Nick.
Okay, ta-ra. 0345 6060 973. Am I happier?
No.
Not really. 2.5 million a week? No way they're going to go 2.5 million a week. Is it a pipit, says Sue. No pipit. No, Sue. Is it a red shank? No. the beak's too long. The body is about the right colour, though, but it's too big, and the tail's not elongated enough, and it didn't have red legs. It has white, as far as I could tell. God, I wish I'd taken a picture of the thing. I should have whipped my phone out and taken a snap, and then we'd know. But it ran about so quick that I would probably have just taken a picture of the pavement. This says, have you heard about the new virus outbreak in China? It's called Nipah and has a mortality rate of up to 75%. I read that during the ad break and I thought, yeah, that's just a joke. You know, Nipah. That you're just joking, and I'm not going to read that because it's borderline offensive, I thought. And then I made the mistake of looking it up. And he's completely correct in every respect. Yeah, there's this Nipah thing. It's a blooming bats again. And, yeah, it's... well, let's... Fingers crossed. Let's hope that that doesn't take off and become as popular as the current virus that we are battling at the moment. Because if that becomes top of the charts, then we're in big trouble. Huge.
Words, more words.
It's a living. A curvaceous parrot. Really? Carl texts, I have no doubt that Donald Trump will remain on the conversation menu. We've followed him through insurrection. Next comes the resurrection. Oh, please. The resurrection. Yeah, I very much doubt that. But he will be on the, front of the news because he is box office ratings gold. The news media will not be able to take their camera lenses off him, particularly when he starts to have to defend himself in court. God, that is going to be something else. I mean, if they actually drag his gigantic frame...
Don't be rude.
...into court and they start questioning him, then he having to explain himself... Well, I can't wait.
I'm very highly educated. I know words. I have the best words.
He'll fold like a pack of cards. I hope they stick it to him big time. Stella said Anthea Redfern did the twirl. Was it Anthea Redfern? I'd have to see a picture of Anthea Redfern. There was another Anthea who was on the TV. Anthea... Oh, Turner. That's who I'm thinking of. No, Redfern. Perhaps. Anthea Redfern. All right, then. This says, however bad Boris is, can you imagine if Corbyn had won the election and was Prime Minister? Yeah, I read this last night in one of these phony patriotic flag-waving papers, trying to distract us with, can you imagine if? Thank goodness that Boris is at the helm, because what would it have been like if Uncle Jezza had taken over? Well, it couldn't possibly have been worse than this. How could it be worse? We have the worst performance as far as economic hit and death rate of any country in the world, as far as I'm aware. How could it be worse than that? But, anything to take your eyes off the numbers. There's going to be a lot of that. Swindon. Hello, Sean.
Hi, Nick.
Sean.
Oh, yeah, I just wanted to mention or sort of throw it out there about elite sport still being allowed within the UK and whether that sort of throws up some problems and whatnot.
Problems?
Well, yeah, I mean, I love elite sport and, with all the restrictions and stuff and all the problems you had, my sort of relief in the weekends is watching the Premier League football.
Yes. It's all we've got left.
But is it a good thing?
Yes.
I mean... which is great if you're a football fan, but if you're not a football fan, is it a good thing? Is it responsible? Is this a responsible decision to keep elite sport going?
Do me a favour, we haven't got anything else. All we've got is football. We can't go to the pub, and we can't have our hair cut, we can't go to the gym, we can't go to the shops, we can't go to the restaurant, we can't do anything anymore. All we've got left is match of the day.
And you get a takeaway?
Well, I suppose you could, yeah, but you can't actually go in to get a takeaway. You've got to order it out.
I can't actually go into a football ground and watch my football team play, so what's the difference between that and a takeaway?
Well, one's football and one's a takeaway.
Well, I mean, same difference, though. You know,
one's got nothing to do with the other.
Nick, I have to go to takeaway football. I have to watch my team on the TV when I'd usually be at the ground.
Yeah, but you don't watch your food on TV, do you? You eat it.
No, very fair point.
You can cook your own dinner, but you can't cook your own football match. No, please don't take that away from us. I mean, that would just be the giddy limit. We ain't got nothing else. This says, save time by not reading the news. It's all fake. Right. I didn't know that. It's all fake news. Huh. CT texts, on the How TV show, there was also a female presenter called Bunty James. Really? That sounds unlikely. Well, although it was the 1970s, so maybe it was. Bunty James. Bunty. What a fantastic name Bunty is. Mark in East London says, I was a milk boy at 13 for Unigate, and the Humphrey took the milk through a straw and was invisible out of milk bottles. That's like word salad. Shall I read that again?
No.
Hi, Nick. I was a milk boy at 13 for Unigate, and the Humphrey took the milk through a straw and was invisible out of milk bottles. Remember them all before school, then I got a paper round. Right. Well, that makes as much sense as anything else you've heard on this show. There's Bunty James, a picture of Bunty James and Fred Dinage. Fred Dinage has got his hand in what looks like a bowl of water. Of course, you know what happens if you put a sleeping person's hand in a bowl of water.
Disgusting.
Exactly. Don't even think about it. You wouldn't do that, would you, Sean?
No, I wouldn't.
No, he wouldn't, of course. Of course not. Why would I even suggest such a thing? Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. Seven Oaks. Hello, Mark.
Hi. We keep on saying that the Brexit politicians have conned the Brexit supporters because they thought they were going to get a good deal and an easy deal and so on. But what about the way they've conned the Remainers into not campaigning when they've got 62% on the LBC poll?
What?
Well, in terms of polls on whether there should be another referendum.
Yeah.
The only poll that I've heard of since the election, and more importantly, the only poll that I think Clive Bull has, is the one he ran on his programme, and it said 62% are in favour of a membership referendum.
In favour of a referendum to see if we're going to rejoin the European Union?
Yes.
Oh, please.
Well, that's what the poll said. So, I mean, a lot of callers have been saying that they want to give up. Remainer callers have been saying they want to give up, but the referendum, the poll says 62% in favour. So, obviously, the Brexiter politicians are quite good at their conning to achieve that as well, in terms of keeping everything quiet.
Well, I think in
I
every...
mean, it's a bit suspicious, isn't it, that you haven't had any pollsters more other than LBC doing a poll on that in the past year.
Suspicious?
Yes.
In what way?
Well, as if they don't want that sort of result publicised.
Every poll, pretty much, since the actual poll itself, the referendum day itself, each poll, pretty much without exception, since has always come up with the opposite results to that which was delivered by the referendum itself.
And that's true. And the genius of these Brexit politicians is that they've changed the question, not as to whether we should be in or out of the EU, but as to whether we should give up having another referendum. And that's what they've been trying to get people to say with some success.
Well, what is the point of having another referendum?
Well, because we'll join the EU.
No, it won't. Are you joking? It's done. It's over. It doesn't matter what happens from now on. The people that voted out will try and convince themselves, against all the evidence to the contrary, that they made a wise and considered choice, whereas actually they were just persuaded by a bunch of fantastical promises from professional liars, and the rest of us will just have to lump it.
But you're doing it yourself now. You've just said that all these polls have said that people think that Brexit is a bad idea.
Yes, that's right. And this entire country has been bullied into thinking that we actually made a considered choice, but we didn't. We were lied to on a stratospheric level by professional liars who used acres of print and barrels of ink and half the internet to persuade us that up is down. And they scream the place down when anybody suggests that the country didn't know what they were voting for. We got no idea what we were voting for.
No, but just a moment. You've just said that the polls all indicate now, and for a long time, that people are anti-Brexit.
Right.
So why are you saying that if there's a referendum, they'll vote against going back into the EU? That doesn't make any sense.
I'm not saying that they would vote one way or the other in a subsequent referendum. I'm saying we're not going to have a subsequent referendum because the con is in, and we've all been done up like a kipper.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that they've managed to persuade a number of vocal, people with a platform in terms of Remain, not to continue campaigning, despite the fact that 62% of the people want another referendum. And so you're agreeing with me that they're good con merchants.
Yes.
That's the point I'm making. And
just hang on a minute. Just take a pause.
Yeah.
In the fullness of time, when the full majesty of their decision becomes evident to them, when the consequences of what has gone on here will become undeniable, and more pertinently, the people that voted have since passed on and have been replaced by legions of those who mostly didn't get to vote the first time around, but will have to live with the consequences for a lot longer than those that did vote. When all that happens, then yes, we may subsequently decide that our best place is back inside the largest trading bloc in the world, which just happens to be so near you could spit that far.
Well, obviously, because we've got a land border with them, you certainly can spit that far. But the point is that what you're saying has already happened, because 62% voted in the poll that they want another referendum. Right. Now, not in the future. That's already happened. That's the point I'm making.
Well,
we're not talking about... And, of course, in the future, things will just get better for the reasons that you said, because all the young people, 80% of the young people, want to be in the EU.
It's way too soon. We're going to have to wait a while. Can you wait a while?
Why is it too soon to campaign now?
You can campaign all you like, but you're not going to get another referendum. You know you aren't.
Well, the Conservatives at the next general election will argue that a vote for Labour is a vote for having another referendum.
No, they won't, because Labour aren't going to suggest such a thing.
No. The Labour aren't going to suggest such a thing.
No, they won't.
But if the Labour Party gets in, their coalition partners, according to the Conservatives, and probably they're right, will insist that there will be another referendum. Because all the coalition partners...
No, they won't.
Whether they actually do or not is irrelevant. The point is, that is an argument the Conservatives can put forward.
Right, it doesn't make no never mind. I bet that the Conservative Party get in the next time as well, because people will conveniently forget everything that they have done, just like they forgot everything that they had done the last time around. Doesn't seem to matter what they do. The Conservatives just keep getting in over and over and over again. It's almost like that they've rigged the system.
Yes, well, why aren't the Conservative Party now saying the line that I've just said, and neither of the Labour Party?
Because we're nowhere near an election.
But which of these two parties are better at conning? The Brexiter Conservatives or the Labour Party?
Well, I think we both know the answer to that.
Yeah, exactly. So the fact that neither of them are saying it at the moment indicates to me that it is against the interests of the Conservative Party, because they are correct in thinking it's against their interests to say it, whereas the Labour Party are wrong. I mean, they can't both be right, can they? Because they're opposing each other.
Right, well, I think we've got other things to think about at the moment. Let's get through this first, and then we can think about whatever it is that you just said. I can't bring myself to talk about it for another moment. I just can't. I won't do it. You can't make me. The Foreign Secretary's grace and favour estate, in other words, his free house, is planning a £5 million project to build 10-metre-high earth mounds on its land to block out any view of the unsightly M25. What? Chevening House in North Kent, which was left to the nation, but is now Dominic Raab's personal second home, wants to embark on a huge landscaping project which would take 5 years to complete. 5 years and £5 million to build some mounds so he can't see a motorway. What are they building them out of? Gold leaf? Its near neighbours have criticised the scheme as unnecessary and say that their lives will be made a misery by 80 construction vehicles a day visiting the site.
What?
80? Capability Brown used to transform landscapes with 6 blokes and a shovel. Why do they need 80 lorries going in and out? Why do they want to do this now when the M25 has been there for 40 years, said one resident from the nearby village of Chipstead. I wouldn't mind if the public would benefit from all this work, but it's for one person who might use the house on the odd weekend. Yeah, thanks a lot, Dominic Raab. The house was left to the nation. It's only a privileged few who actually get to use the house or benefit from the grounds, said that neighbour. Neighbours also claim that the motorway at Junction 5 can hardly be seen from the house. Yeah, you know what? I bet it's not a visual thing. I bet it's a noise thing. He wants the mounds to block out the drone of the traffic so that Raab can sit outside for a cocktail once a year in total quiet.
Booze.
Talk about tin-eared. We're up to our eyeballs in debt, and the blooming Foreign Secretary is splashing out on hillocks. He's, what rhymes with hillock? Anybody any idea? In a planning application to carry out the landscaping, the trustees of Chevening House say that the proposed scheme is to, quote, mitigate the harm of the motorway. It's been there for 40 years. They say high-sided lorries and lighting gantries above the busy motorway can be seen from the grounds. Oh, really?
Stop whining.
Can you believe that? They've got 3,500 acres to play around in. But apparently that's not enough. They say it will detract from the house's splendour. Well, we can't go there, so why do we have to pay for it? I mean, if Raab wants less of a distraction to his weekend, get him to pay for it. I bet he won't find it so necessary then.
Correct.
Builder Wayne Hardy, one of only 2 homes in the hamlet of Chevening, not owned by the estate, said he doubted the busy motorway, which carries up to 200,000 vehicles a day, was even visible from the house. He said the main house has got to be at least 800 metres away from the motorway, and there's no way they can see most of the lorries on that road, he said. Can you believe it? £5 million of your money going to prettify the view from Dominic Raab's free second mansion. Trustees submitted a planning application to Sevenoaks District Council for permission to carry out what they called the Chevening Estate Parkland Enhancement, and will involve transforming mostly level arable farmland into a park with a lake, if you please. The planning application will be considered by Sevenoaks District Council later this year. Well, let's assume that they'll say yes.
Yes.
Yeah, they'll consider it greatly after they have come to the decision that they'll just allow him to do it. With our money. God. The stuff you hear, eh? Here's calling Balham. Oh, Caroline.
Hello, yeah.
Caroline.
I just wanted to ask you know this COVID vaccination?
Yeah.
I haven't heard nothing about when people in prison are going to get it. Do you know anything?
Nothing.
Yeah, because just someone said they'd probably be the last on the list, so I thought I'd just ask you if you heard anything.
No, I haven't. But what I did read, I don't know whether this is still true or not, but the place to go to get it, or to... I'll try and say that again. The place to be in order to be safer than schools and gyms and restaurants and cafes and shops and so on is prisons. Surprisingly,
that's why
surprisingly,
they
it
are
was
gonna be
right
the last.
down at the bottom of the list of places that are catching it.
Oh, well, I'm quite lucky because I'm getting mine done tomorrow, and I'm only like in my 50s. I think it's because I've got COPD, so it may
Right.
be classed as a healthy
Yeah.
thing. Because I was quite shocked when the doctor rang me to make an appointment for me to have it done tomorrow. So I'm
Right.
quite pleased.
And so how do you feel? Right, you're pleased about that?
I'm pleased, but I'm nervous at the same time.
Yeah.
Not actually of the injection, but I just think the after effect, if it will affect me. Because once I had a flu jab and I had flu for about 5 or 6 weeks, it was terrible.
Blimey.
Yeah, that's why I'm just like thinking, oh, do they put a bit of COVID into you? Or I'm not sure, but I did pick someone up who had an injection like
Yes.
that done, and they were fine. They said it was quite a nice feeling, actually.
Well, that's weird. You're getting a needle stuck in you. It's a nice feeling.
I know. I was quite surprised when they said
Yes.
it. Maybe they were just trying to say that to make me feel better.
Make
for
you feel
tomorrow.
a bit better. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, the best of
All
luck
right,
with
then.
that. Cheers, my
All
dear.
right, thank
Ta-da. 0345 6060 973. J text, if a country needs to take a look at itself, it's Australia. They have 0 active cases and have barely lost anyone to CV-19, but they're planning to vaccinate their entire population by October. If anywhere should be taking a back seat, it's the nations led by competent politicians who have successfully guided their nation through the pandemic almost unscathed. Yeah, well, Australia is one thing. How about Vietnam? I mean, Australia's blooming miles away. Well, Vietnam's quite a long way as well, but Australia's got no end of nothing in it. I mean, there's just nothing in it. Vast tracts of land with 0 in there. Whereas Vietnam, on the other hand, is quite comparable to this country. I mean, it's got about the same number of people, a little bit more, in about the same land mass, a little bit more. So we're quite alike. And the last time I looked, Vietnam had a death count that you could actually count on your hands and toes. It's in the low 10s. So, you know, Boris Johnson saying that he's done everything he could, well, that may actually be accurate. He may have done everything he could, but not anything one could. Let's have Greenford. Hello, Paul.
Hello.
Paul.
Good to hear you. Yeah, I'm just wondering when the lockdown's going to be over. I got into town today, but I went to a 12-step, hush hush, but 12-step group. But yeah, booze, but yeah.
What's a 12-step group?
Yeah, meeting.
Of what?
Alcoholics Anonymous.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
How's that going?
Yeah. I ain't drunk since Wednesday, the 9th of December. So.
Huh. So you managed to get through Christmas pretty good.
Yeah, I did actually. Yeah.
And easy?
Yeah. Relatively.
Is it?
So.
It's a difficult time to be giving up stuff, though, isn't it? Because we haven't got much left. I mean.
Yeah, I know, but I didn't want to be locked up in lockdown. Oh, but yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I think that most of the rest of the country has decided to drink more because there's precious little else to do. But
maybe off licenses or supermarkets. I don't know.
Yeah. But, so good for you for trying at this time and making a success of it so far.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. No, thank you.
Yeah, but I'm just wondering. I don't think I'll be able to raise it on the 1 o'clock show on the opposition Radio 5. They do phone in. But the Holocaust Memorial Day, and you're talking about Jezza, but the coverage on the TV was very shocking film. But I think Jezza anti-Semitism. I think it was about Israel, so I think it was about living space. So I don't think he was actually talking about the anyway. Yeah.
God, I've got no idea what you're on about. Absolutely no clue whatsoever. It made sense for a little while there, and then sort of skived off in a direction that I neither understand nor wish to follow you down. But anyway, all the best to Paul, and thanks for that, whatever that was. This text says, we can get a haircut if we're a famous footballer. Yeah, I'd noticed that. They all seem to be getting their hair cut. How are they managing that, by the way? And not only, I mean, it doesn't look like quick cuts either. I mean, they've got lines etched into their scalps and all sorts of stuff going on. Complicated haircuts that look like they take forever. How are they doing that then, eh? Mike takes, if they can develop a vaccine so fast, why can they not develop a cure for cancer? I'll tell you why. Because cancer research is an ongoing big business. Right. Okay. Another medical expert. Okay, here is the news. Vaccine rollout in prisons started on Friday in England. Is going to be done in the same order, oldest first. There you are, you see, that nice lady. Ask a question, you get an answer. This says, Britain is nearing 500,000 vaccinations per day. So we're on for 3 million plus a week. 500,000 a day. It's not 500,000 a day, is it? Huh?
I think it's getting there.
Is it? How have we done that? I just, by accident, probably. Boris Johnson got out of the way and let him get on with it. Fran says, have you tried the RSPB bird identifier? It allows you to input lots of information, e.g. beak, size, shape and colour. Yeah, I just did, actually. And it did not come up with it. It is the oddest looking bird that I think I've ever seen in this country. I've seen some strange ones that sort of came and went in a day, and sort of swoop down en masse. Big fat little, well, quite sort of fat, large birds, like sort of fat blackbirds that just swooped down en masse and started eating all the berries off ivy. I've seen that, and I only saw them once, but then they sat there for hours just eating this stuff, and then they disappeared, never to be seen again. That was the only time I've ever seen that particular bird, but this one, so identifiable, or rather so unique looking thing, because of the length of its legs. It had legs at least twice, maybe even 3 times as long as an ordinary bird of that size. It's about the size of a robin, but with a long tail. It was grey with white chest, short beak, but really, really ridiculously long, comically long legs. Just sort of scurrying about the pavement. What it was after, I do not know, but it was quite fast. I wish I'd taken a picture of it. Maybe I'll never know. I've only ever seen it twice. Cornwall. Hello, Brian.
Hello, Nick.
Brian.
Yeah, I spotted a roast chicken in my oven today. Does that count?
A roast chicken in your oven?
Maybe not. Maybe not. Yeah, I found out about the Brexit stuff, and there seems to be this opinion of people that all us, I'm 67, all the old gits voted for it. But no, I don't think so.
No, not everybody that voted for Brexit is old, but everybody that voted for Brexit... No, wait. Not everybody that's old voted for Brexit, but everybody that voted for Brexit is old. I think you'll find that is probably right.
Affirmative.
I think I might agree with that, but it's a shame anyway. Okay.
Oh, well, never mind. It's only, life. Yeah, all right. Thanks a lot, Brian. 0345 6060 973. Jay texts... Oh, no, I read that thing about Australia. Paul says, too much playing politics going on all sides. I'm beginning to think, being as old people are shielding anyway, we should be vaccinating the young first so that we can get the economy moving again. As for offering help to other countries, even poorer regions, this is a no-brainer because we should be helping our neighbour, poor or rich, during the pandemic. Yeah, but that's not really the way that people are thinking. I mean, if people are calling this and writing in fury, just at the very idea of helping our neighbour, as any indication of the feeling abroad, not abroad, but, within this country abroad, then I don't think people are in the sharing mode. Worthing. Hello, Dave.
Hi, Nick.
Dave.
I had the first vaccine jab today, Pfizer one.
Oh, yes.
And afterwards they give you a quite in-depth 2-page sort of pamphlet on the thing, and there's an interesting bit saying that you will receive 2 injections given 21 days apart.
Right.
But it says if you receive 1 dose of the COVID-19, you should receive a second dose of the same vaccine 21 days later to complete the course.
Yes.
And protection against COVID disease may not be effective until at least 7 days after the second dose.
Oh, after the second.
Why are the government saying that you've got protection for 12 weeks?
Well, they're not, though, are they? I mean...
Well, they're saying it gives you... That's why they were saying it's okay to extend it to 12 weeks because you'll have protection in that period.
Yes, but I don't think that they're saying... I'm not sure you got that right. I think they're saying still that you really need 2. But I don't think the government has said that once you have 1, that you are protected.
Well, they were saying you had a certain amount of protection.
Right.
According to that, to the actual Pfizer one, they're saying that it's at least 7 days after the second dose.
Yeah,
That's
I do.
what I was wondering.
Right.
It doesn't sound to me that it's what the government are actually saying.
No, well, it isn't. The government are saying the opposite to what the manufacturers of the actual vaccine themselves are saying, which seems like an odd position to hold. As every medical professional, the whole world over, will always tell you to read the instructions on your medicine. Follow them specifically.
Not too carefully, though.
Yeah, that's right. Yes.
It can be quite scary.
It can, yeah. It doesn't matter what you're reading, or what you're taking. It will, the side effects include, but are not limited to, death.
Yeah, absolutely, or worse.
That's right. Or worse.
A
exactly.
living death could be.
Yeah. All right, well, the best of luck with that. Yeah, it was freezing cold, no doubt, when you had it. Did it actually feel cold when it went in?
No, not at all. No, it was fine. Yeah, absolutely fine. I mean, very efficient. You was there for about 40 minutes. You have to wait 15 minutes afterwards in the observation area.
Yeah.
Make sure you don't collapse or turn blue or something.
Yes.
Yeah, no, it was fine. But I think that is a valid point because I think that's not what the government are saying. They are saying you have a certain amount of protection in that 3 months that they've extended it to. But
yes.
You've got no protection until you've had a week after the second one.
Right. But, well, yeah, I mean, I've got no idea what I'm talking about, but I think that the government aren't saying that you are protected. They're saying that you may have a bit of protection. And I think you've also got to wait a period after you've had either injection for it to actually kick in.
Oh, yeah, correct, yeah. Okay.
All right. Okay, best of luck. Thanks, Dave. 0345 6060 973. Bill in Fife says, at age 14 in 1977, I had a paper round, but I was fired for doing the route the opposite way to what was normally done in order to finish nearer home. People who normally got their paper at, say, 7 a.m. were not getting their paper till 8 a.m. and complained. I still feel bitter. They complained.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
Well, I understand that. This says it would be better if the mound was built right beside the M25 so the drivers can't see the house, surely. Yes, in case the drivers accidentally caught a glimpse of Dominic Raab. Yes, good idea. Roberta in Boreham Wood says, there's a large wall going begging on the US-Mexican border. Should we have that sent to Dominic Raab? Yes, Dominic Raab should be behind a wall.
I'm building a wall, okay? I'm building a wall. I'm building a wall, okay? I'm building a wall.
Here's calling Tooting. Jan.
Oh, hello.
Jan.
I've got you. Am I online? I mean, am I on the air? Oh, yes. Hi, good evening, Nick.
Yeah, before we go a moment further, you have to turn the radio down because it is scrambling your brain.
Oh, yeah, that's why I'm getting confused about...
Of course.
Now.
Yes.
Oh, good evening. I've become quite a fan of yours.
Oh, thanks.
Yes, so I'm ringing because I think your little bird, from just by process of elimination, I think he could be some kind of wader with long legs.
Yes.
And that he's inland. He's come inland. But, for instance, I found something about a sanderling is a small wading bird. It's usually a coastal bird. And what made me think it might be your bird, because it runs like a clockwork toy.
Yeah.
So it's using its
How are you
behaviour
spelling-
on the coast.
Right, how are you spelling it?
It's using its coastal behaviour inland.
Yes,
because
but how are you...
Inland.
Right, listen to me. Listen to me. Sand.
Sanderling. Sanderling.
Sanderling. Sanderling. Right, let's have a look at Sanderling.
Because it must be some kind of wader anyway, because it's got long legs.
It's not a Sanderling.
No.
A Sanderling is a handsome-looking bird, but it's not that, no. What's that noise?
What noise?
There was a cheep.
Oh, gosh. Yeah, I've got my radio on. I can hear you on my radio and on my mobile, so it's confusing me.
Yes, but there was a chirrup just there, just a moment ago. Did you have something?
No, I know. It's an alarm of mine that needs a new battery. And I think it attracts the birds.
Right. They're so annoying. Those things normally go off at about 3 o'clock in the morning, and you forget how...
mine is permanent. I've got accustomed to it. I haven't changed the battery. Oh, that's it, yeah. It attracts birds, though.
Well, you're living with that thing going off like that?
Yeah, somehow it's I don't know, it's like people can do things when they've got a lot of noise in the background. That's my noise in the background, too. I don't know,
You
it's been like that for months.
can sleep through that?
Oh, no, I'm in my kitchen. It's in my kitchen.
Right, but you know that it's telling you that your battery's running out.
Yeah.
But don't you think you should change your battery?
Oh, I just haven't got round to it. I've got quite accustomed to the noise.
Yeah, but the noise... How can you get accustomed to that? It's the world's most annoying noise. Because you know it's coming
really
up,
is.
but you don't know when it's going to happen.
I'm amazed that I can deal with it. It's like people, when they study sometimes, they need a lot of background noise.
Well, I'm not one of those people. I need complete and utter silence. That thing would drive me around the twist. Get it changed.
I'm surprised you can hear it. I forget it's there. You know, I'm a bit deaf to it. I don't hear it anymore.
That would make me jump out of my skin every time it does it. And in fact, it's putting me on edge because I know that it's going to happen any moment. There it is.
Did it just go? Yeah, I don't hear it anymore.
You are kidding me. You've got to change that. Seriously. Promise me you'll do that.
All right, next time when I call.
Right, next time you call, that noise better not be chirruping away in the background. I mean it.
No, yeah, I'm sorry that's not your bird, but it in my, what is it, the book I've got, the RSPB book on British birds.
Yes.
I've been flicking through it, and I just thought, it says about this Sanderling, it says it's an extremely attractive, restless wader that often runs like a clockwork toy.
God, that really is driving me mad, that thing. I've got to go, Jan, because if it goes one more time...
I'll come out of the room then.
All right. No. There's a danger that I still might hear it. God, it's put my teeth on edge. Oh, I mean, it really is. I feel like I need a dental supervision right now. Or my fillings are falling out. Oh, that was awful. So loud. How can you live with that? I hate those things. They normally go off at like 3 o'clock in the morning, and you're drunk, apart from anything else. Booze. and you're trying to find it, and you've got about 5 of them in your house, and you don't know which one it is. Because you hear it, and it goes like that noise, excruciating. But because it's not permanent, you've got to track it down. And then there's a really long time in between each one. And it's one of those noises that you can't identify the direction. It just seems to come from everywhere. And it's... So you have to go and stand underneath each individual one and wait for the blooming thing to go off again. It's like, no, not this one. And you just go through the whole house. And you finally find the one, and you cannot get the cover off the blooming alarm. Because each one is its own special technique. And this has happened to me several times. You can't get the blooming cover off. It should be easy, right? There should be a button and it should come off. It should be a piece of cake. But is it? No, of course not. They make it like some sort of IQ test to try and figure out how to get the blooming thing off. And I've found myself firing up the computer and putting the number of the, like the serial number of the blowing alarm in the computer to download the instruction booklet to try to figure out how to get the blooming cover off. That's happened to me several times. You know, like 3 o'clock in the morning. God, I wanted to smash it to bits, but I knew that if I did, it still wouldn't stop it beeping. In fact, it would probably make it worse. But you know me, I never complain.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
Is it a stilt? No. There's a picture of a stilt right there. It is a silly looking thing it is. It looks like it's on stilts, but no, it's not a stilt. The bird I saw was smaller than that, had a smaller beak, had a longer tail, and its legs weren't red. What a preposterous shape that bird is. Is it a green shank? No, that looks enormous. That looks like a dinosaur. No, not a green shank. Tiny little, microscopically little small thing with a long tail, a short beak, grey feathers with white on its chest, and silly long legs. Just skating around the place. What on earth was that? I think I've invented a new type of bird. You're welcome. Here's a call in Teignmouth. Hello, David.
Yes, hello. Yep. I just want to say, you know, you've been talking about age and which way they voted. I'm 80 and I've been a Brexiteer all my life.
80 years old?
Yep, 80 years old, and I've had my vaccination, and it was very, very successful, very politely done.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember a little actress, Esme Cannon, little tiny, busy little lady?
No.
Well, she was the one, her equivalent was organising ours, and it was beautifully done. Everybody was happy, enjoying themselves, slotting in, keeping the gaps. But, you know, talking about the...
They were happy and enjoying themselves when they were getting their vaccine.
Yes, absolutely.
They've never had so much fun.
This was in... Well, you see, we were locked in, aren't we? And
well, yeah, at least they were out the house, yeah.
Yeah, but this business about the referendum, well, we had the one referendum when 52, you know, the Brexiteer won it against everybody's thoughts because all the politicians were there to remain. But they had to then...
What does that tell you?
Well, it tells you they're just looking after themselves. It's the establishment, and I think this is something.
I don't think so.
Yes.
I think I think the establishment is who got us out.
No, it was the establishment wanted to keep us in.
It depends what you mean by the establishment. I mean, if you mean the billionaires, the billionaires who gifted us Brexit, then I guess that would be the establishment.
The establishment of the civil servants and the politicians.
Yeah, the super powerful civil servants. What power do they have compared with little old Rupert Murdoch? Do me a favour. Joe and loads of people want to confirm that it's not a pied wagtail. Well, I don't think it's got long enough legs, judging by that picture. Unless half of its legs are hidden behind that stump. Can you get us another picture of a pied wagtail?
On the way.
On the way. We're going to get to the bottom of this, don't you worry about that. I know you're on the edge of your seat, David.
No, I just want to say that we had a general election, and what happened there, Boris got... Whatever you think about it, he got an 88 seat. He broke the red wall up in the north and the
what's
West
that got to do with
Midlands, where I come from. Well, he went in on a single argument was that to get Brexit done, and he won. So we got it, and we came out. And what happened? What do you think happened over the last night or so over this business of the vaccines, where we've been pressured and even the French had to back off because they knew they'd gone too far.
Oh, David, will you do me a favour? It's so desperate. It's pathetic. People like you are just so flailing around, desperate to try to find some positive thing for Brexit. Really? Is that how you can come up with? We managed to get in an order before they did? Oh, it's just pathetic. It's so desperate, David. Can you think of one single other thing apart from the thing that the people like you are clinging to? I mean, it's just risible, is what it is. One thing that's positive about Brexit so far. Name me one thing. I double dare you.
Well,
without saying we've got our borders back or any of those sort of catchphrases that have been drilled into you.
the potential of the links.
Potential? No, not potential. I'm talking about benefits reaped so far. Name one single thing.
You have to.
You can't do it.
Can you listen to me? Just give your mouth a rest.
No, I can't. This is a talk show.
All right. Well, yes, but both sides have to talk and not just you shouting me down.
They don't have to.
Well, that's right. So, good night. Have a good.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks. It's a dream come true. There's another picture of a no, its legs aren't long enough. It's the same sort of colour, same little round shape, but the legs were just so long, at least twice as long as those legs there on a pied wagtail. Plus, it wasn't wagging its tail. Fran says starlings go around in groups. Keep safe. Well, what do you mean by that? Do they go around in groups or gangs? Keep safe. Am I in danger? Lucy in Birmingham says, I think you're making this bird up. Yeah, well, it's like no bird I've seen. And I've scanned the RSPB website. I've just put in the details on it. The Royal Society for the Prevention of Birds. You know those people. They haven't got it. I put the details into Google, and they didn't come up with anything. Google is so stupid. Google doesn't know anything. I've got no idea. I think that maybe if I didn't know any better, I'd assume that I was hallucinating. Groovy. But I don't think I was. Maybe I've got time for one more. Let's find out. Leslie in Billericay.
Hello. Yes, I'm glad you put me on.
Leslie.
In March of this year, I got on a bus on a short journey, and I come into contact with somebody that was carrying something that he gave to me, and I was short of breathing and everything else. And I think it might have been COVID, who knows? But I got a flu jab for it. I visited my local surgery and got a flu jab, which helped a lot. But at the end of the day, Boris Johnson, it should be testing people and tracking and tracing them, because
it's a bit late for that. It's about a year too late for that. We should have done a Vietnam, and then we wouldn't be in this mess now. And it's too late to continue with that call any further, Leslie. So leave that with me. I think the lesson we've learned is don't go on the bus. Well, you can go on the bus, you can breathe out, just don't breathe in. I think you'll find that is excellent advice.